Janani, your name is supposed to be on the, Janani, your name is supposed to be on the agenda. Don't you hear me?
Hello.
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 Hi, Gary. Hello, Janini. I can't start my video. Is that okay?
Oh no,
Same with me.
Oh, that's not,
Mine doesn't start either. For some reason, I don't have control over starting the video.
I was being censored. No, I'm joking, but they said that someone from your end the organization is blocking the
Oh, I
video.
can see now. That's good.
Me too. Hi.
there you go. Hi, Fran.
Here we all are. Hi, Gary. How are you?
Great, nice to see you both.
Same
And you
here. I
too.
Good to see you, Gary.
cannot make my camera work.
Gustavo, thank you for joining us.
It's pleasure.
At last minute, I understand. We appreciate it very much.
No, pleasure. I hope I do it well.
No doubt about that. Hi, Maria.
Oh, hi. Finally. Yes, I wasn't, I wasn't allowed to turn on my camera to
No,
say
we
hello
were
to
all-
everybody.
we were all-
Hi,
Hi,
everybody.
Maria.
Hello everybody.
Maria.
Begin now.
Okay, I think we're ready.
Welcome to WAAS 64, the international conference organized by the World Academy of Art and Science, marking 64 years since our founding. I thank every one of you here for accepting our invitation and joining us today. The Academy has been working on strategies to address global challenges for decades. But the last 3-4 years have presented new challenges and unexpected consequences that compel us to reflect on the state of the world and its direction and review and reconsider the course that we should take. So we launched a strategic planning process last year at the Academy. All our fellows were surveyed to find out what is important, what needs to be addressed. And after studying the survey results, the WAAS Board of Trustees met for 3 days at a strategic planning process session in Athens in November 23 to address these issues and reflect on our course. That was when we began making plans for this conference. And we again surveyed our membership to find out what issues will be most relevant for us to discuss today. I thank everyone who responded to our surveys and invitations. This conference, with its 24 sessions involving 110 speakers, is a reflection of this process. Before I hand over to our moderator, Fran Griffiths, I would like to go over a few technical details. This conference has been organized over 4 days in May and June in 2 parallel streams. We will be using 2 links throughout this conference, one for all the plenary and A stream sessions and another for the B stream. The agenda is available on the WAAS website, and please use Zoom Q&A and chat features to post questions and add comments. We also welcome specific proposals for future WAAS programming and invite you to mail us your proposals to WAAS support so that the board can take it further. All the sessions in this conference are being live streamed on YouTube. They are being recorded, and these recordings will be available on the WAAS website. And all of this information will be shared again with you in the chat window. Part of the last day of these 4 days of the conference, June 27th, will be devoted to a general assembly of WAAS fellows to draw conclusions and make plans. In Athens last year, we charted out a vision for the future. This conference will explore the themes that will serve as a basis for our future programming. During the General Assembly on June 27th, we will make a plan of action for the Academy. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce Fran Griffiths, who will moderate our inaugural session. Fran is a culture change, leadership, team, and talent management expert. She facilitated our strategic planning process sessions in November and has been working with our trustees on these issues that are about to be discussed now and over the 4 days of the conference. Thank you for being with us here today, Fran, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Janini, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here this afternoon, at least my time. So I'd like to start off by introducing our panelists, and I'm delighted to do that. And I'm going to introduce them in the order that they will also be speaking. So I'd like to start with Maria Espinosa. She was the former president of the 73rd session of the UN General Assembly, and I might add only the fourth woman to hold that position in the history of the UN. Gustavo Moreno is our second panelist. He is just the newly appointed director for MOST, which is the UNESCO programme for the management of social transformation and foresight. Gary Jacobs, who needs no introduction, of course, the president of WAAS. And finally, Ketan Patel, who is chair for the Force for Good. Thank you all very much for being here today. So I'm going to start with Maria, but before we do that, let me just remind ourselves of the questions that we'd like you to cover. There are three of them. The first one is about what's your view of the biggest and most important unanswered questions that humanity faces today? Secondly, given those big unanswered questions, what are the fundamental issues that must be addressed so that we can come up with the right solutions? And finally, what role do you think organisations such as WAAS and others can have in addressing those issues? And we're going to ask you to do that, please, in roughly 7 minutes. So I know that's no small challenge, but very interested to hear your views. And Maria, I'd like to pass straight to you, if I may.
Well, thank you, Fran, and we will keep the questions in mind. And let me first take the opportunity to say hello to the WAAS family, especially to Gary, of course, and remind ourselves that yes, this is the 64th conference of the World Academy of Art and Science, and that this is the 64th anniversary. And when the Academy was created, it was created by eminent intellectuals such as Albert Einstein, Robert Oppenheimer, Bertrand Russell, etc. So the first reflection is that if we were to create the World Academy today, we would have more women thinkers and intellectuals, and perhaps more people for countries from the global south. And I think this is because the world has changed a lot, just as the challenges we face today have changed since the Academy was founded. And today, I think that we would all agree that we stand at a very critical juncture in global affairs, facing unprecedented challenges. We have indeed witnessed remarkable advancements from medicine to science, healthcare, agriculture, education, and digital inclusion. Our advancements have resulted in a human family that now numbers more than 8 billion people. And yet, despite of this progress, we face overlapping and escalating crises, from the triple planetary crisis of climate extinction and pollution to historical levels of mass displacement. So we see, from war to looming inequalities, and these are really threatening everyone, everywhere, but of course, hitting the hardest, the already disenfranchised, the excluded, the poor. And currently, when I have to say this number, it really hurts. But today, we have 712 million people living in extreme poverty worldwide. So the panel on climate change has already said that we are in a trajectory of going above 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels by 2030. And we know that this is, devastating disaster for the livelihoods and the well-being of people, but also calls for an immediate climate action. We also know that around 3.6 billion people live in vulnerable zones to climate change effects. And this, of course, on top of growing migration flows around the world. So by 2050, we know that we will be perhaps 10 billion, according to the studies of the UN, 10 billion people. And which means that this will require massive investment in sustainable development, services, jobs, social protection, infrastructure, resource management, etc. So the impacts and symptoms of this compounded crisis are, as we have seen and witnessed, weakened economies, conflict, food, energy, and water shortages. And this in turn, of course, lead to a profound, I would like to focus on this, a profound disenchantment with existing institutions, including the United Nations. And this crisis, you will agree with me, are all human-made crises, and therefore the solutions, the responses have to be human-made and bring in collective action. So a key issue is how we can adapt our institutions and systems to foster resilience and inclusivity in the face of these global challenges that I just mentioned. So we need a well-functioning international system based on the very foundational concepts of the UN almost 80 years ago: cooperation and solidarity. And a UN that delivers, that is well equipped to respond to all the new challenges is therefore essential, and perhaps more needed than ever, because we know that no state nor actor alone can face the current and future challenges. So effective solutions will only emerge from a deep understanding of these issues, combined with innovative thinking and collaborative action. I think that we may say that reform has practically been a perennial item on the UN agenda since its establishment in 1945. But of course, as a living organization, as a human-made organization, it is natural to adjust, to remain relevant and effective in the changing times, of course. So our multilateral, since the question was about institutions, our multilateral global governance system has achieved a lot in 78 years of history, but has to deliver and to be relevant and to remain relevant in the midst of a changing, dynamically and fastly changing world. So I think that the organization itself, the whole multilateral architecture, including going beyond the UN, should learn resilience, adaptation, and transformation, and do that at the same time. So what I'm saying at the end is that the UN is a human-made organization with ample room for improvement. And at this point, though, the adjustment curve needs to be steeper, with the world facing, as I mentioned at the beginning, a perfect storm of interconnected mega crises, notably, war, climate, food, energy, etc., along with these very shifting, volatile geopolitics, and what I would say a real, tangible, multipolar world order. The organization really needs to be, rejuvenated and retooled. And how is that the system and the global governance designs that we have come up with are inclusive, effective, etc., and for the world of today and tomorrow. Let me just take 1 minute to mention the opportunity of the Summit of the Future, and the opportunity also to have a set of decisions, the Pact for the Future, the Declaration of Future Generations, and the Global Digital Compact, which we hope will be bold, action-oriented, and connect with each other. I think this is, a major opportunity and a key challenge. And just to close, allow me, to share 3 ideas, more like 3 keywords. The first keyword is complexity. I think we should not shy away from complexity. Instead, we need to develop the epistemological, the policy and political tools to address this interconnectedness and interdependence with the right policy and political tools. In other words, we need systems thinking. I think that Janani mentioned what would be the things to do for the World Academy, to put, emphasis on systems thinking. The second word is subsidiarity. Power, decision-making, and leadership should happen at all levels of government, from the family to the community, to the city, to the nation, to the multilateral space. So we cannot not leave the responsibility solely in the hands of governments, but citizens, workers' unions, the private sector. The third keyword is prevention and precaution. And here, I think that we seem to constantly react to crises, trying to do damage control when they already happen, be it war or a pandemic. So I think that we need to develop more analytics, better perspective, prospective thinking, and better forensics, not to repeat the mistakes of the past. This is the part of the role of the UN in the and the academic community. This can be translated into something that I think is critical, especially as we think about the future of the UN, which is preventive diplomacy, early warning systems, trust building in our multilateral world. This is something that the UN should put a lot more emphasis on, and perhaps this is where we have failed the most. And fourth and last, I think that the need to go back to our human nature and self-preservation. For some reason, and believe me, I don't have the answer, it seems like our capacity to destroy, even if it means destroying our own livelihoods and futures, is stronger, is more potent than our capacity to restore, rebuild, and mend. And here I believe the concept of human security is a valuable tool. We must recast our efforts to ensure that all humans live in peace, free from fear and free from want. And our multilateral systems should be rebuilt and retooled, placing human security at the center. So just the last word I would say institutions matter, the UN matters. It is the platform, the global space to reach agreement and to process dissent. It is the kitchen of international law and the guiding protocols of our human coexistence. It is the space for preventive diplomacy and bold action. So I hope that the days to come in this conference will be a space to reflect on these four keywords that I have shared with you. I wish you really a very fruitful, productive 64th WAAS conference, and over to you, Madam Moderator. Looking forward to listening to my panel colleagues.
Thank you so much, Maria, and thank you for starting. Thank you. Gustavo, may I please go to you?
Sure. Thank you very much to WAAS for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. WAAS and the UNESCO have a long-standing relationship, and I'm glad that we continue to do so. And now regarding the question, the French philosopher Edgar Morin came to UNESCO last time in 2021 to celebrate his 100 years, and he introduced the concept of the polycrisis, which I believe effectively encapsulates the several crises, interconnected crises, which have experienced since 2020. Indeed, we are at the crossroads facing an array of global challenges, such as climate change, economic inequality, political instability, technological disruption, health issues, and they interact with each other. I mean, we could see, for instance, migration has always been present, very often result of people looking for better livelihoods, economic opportunities, very often escaping from conflict. But now we also have all the migration related to climate change and the problems stemming from climate change, like natural disasters and so on. So all these are combined in a way that we probably had not so much before. And so this requires using concrete evidence, analysis, and the urgent need of concrete action. And of course, we don't only have crises, we have also many opportunities. For example, the accelerated technological change, and Maria Fernanda Espinosa talked a bit about that, provides clearly opportunities. It can be a way for development, but also challenges in itself. There's a big inequalities being created, or the use of, for instance, for the use of artificial intelligence in non-ethical ways. That's a risk. That's why, for example, UNESCO promoted and the recommendation on the ethics of AI, which was endorsed by over 190 countries. And the point is that, you know, we have this polycrisis. For instance, we just had the COVID-19 pandemic, left us feeling fragile and uncertain, and is a stark reminder of vulnerabilities. For instance, again, to see how everything's interconnected. The world had been reducing extreme poverty for 3 decades. The tendency was very clear. I mean, there could have been changes within countries, but in general, the world tendency in extreme poverty had been falling. And just because of COVID and the surrounding crisis around it, for the first time, we had a reversal of that downward trend in poverty. To the extent that we can face this crisis in an intelligent way and avoid and look at it, not just in this case, for example, not just the health aspect of COVID, but also the economic impact, how it affects families, we can face the challenge in a much better way. Another point is that the economic narrative is crucial. And what gets measured gets done. And here talking about how we measure progress and how we see progress. And there's a lot of emphasis that has been put, for instance, on the GDP as a measure. But we all know, I mean, GDP can be a useful measure, but doesn't take into account, for instance, the impact on the environment, issues of inequality, issues of distributional aspects between groups. And because what is measured gets done, this leads to practices that are, in the end, harmful for us and harmful for the planet. So we need to rethink how we do these measurements. No? And this, you know, in the way we advance in this way can also lead to being more effective in combating other challenges like climate change. Now, another point I wanted to make is related to science. Science thrives in an open, and safe ecosystem that encourages the generation and free flow of ideas. Yet, there is a worrying trend. There's data that shows that, for example, trust in science is falling very often, gets undermined for many reasons: fake news, the use of social media, not informing adequately the results of scientific research, the lack of evidence-based policies, evidence-based on science. That's also obviously contributing to exacerbating the challenges rather than resolving them. For instance, one issue that I want to address in this regard is the safety of scientific researchers, which is often challenged, and this puts science under pressure. So, you know, scientists can be at risk from we find the data, for example, that almost 40% of scientists around the world working on climate topics experience online harassment related to their research, according to Global Witness, or 1 in 2 women scientists say they have experienced sexual harassment at work. But also sometimes harm to scientists or to safety of scientists comes from different groups, from public opinion, or even from the governments themselves through different ways. So we have to work on addressing safety of scientists as well to be able to address these challenges better. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you very much, Gustavo. May I now hand to Gary, please? Gary, you're muted.
Thank you, Fran, Janani, Maria, Gustavo, Ketan, for joining us for this launch event. And thank you particularly to Maria and Gustavo for what we have just heard, because I think these are really the critical types of issues that we should be addressing during the 4 days of the General Assembly. And I'd like to go back to the reference that Maria made to our tendency for destruction as well as creation, and Gustavo's reference to what is often called the polycrisis. And I think the question that I'd like to ask and comment on a little is, why at this time do we see, we had enough on the agenda in 2015 when the SDGs were drawn up, and we thought it was an ambitious, sufficient target. And then suddenly 1/3 of the way through the initiative to 2030, we've kind of run into more than a wall. I'd say something that was really unanticipated for all but those with the second sight. A rising series of obstacles, starting, of course, with COVID, and then with Russia war in Ukraine, and now, of course, Palestine. And climate change, at least we can claim, didn't come as a surprise, because we've known about it for a long time, but still, the increasing seriousness of it and our incapacity to deal with it. And finally, most recently, of course, is the sudden emergence of AI, both as an unprecedented opportunity and an unprecedented change, reminiscent for those of us who know the history of the academy to the type of challenge that our founders faced in dealing with the unleashing of the nuclear genie, in which a number of them were actively involved, but never anticipated that in doing so, they were going to be creating a problem that persists after 75 years, which had hoped to solve problems or be an engine for support. So I'd like to ask the question, why at this time of unprecedented economic capacity for production, unprecedented technological innovation and dissemination, higher rates of education, greater cooperation and interchange between people around the world. I mean, in many respects, some of them were mentioned, but in many respects, the attention to the human rights of minorities, to the protection of women and others. In many respects, this is a period of unprecedented accomplishment in the history of the last 75 years. And yet why we suddenly have to be meeting something that appears to be a change of course. And for many people, is a concern, are we going backwards? We seem to be gaining progress. We may not be going as fast as we wanted to, but it almost looks like we're going backwards in the other direction. And how do we explain that to ourselves? And I'd just like to make a few comments. We actually have a session on this tomorrow is the last session in the afternoon, but I'd like to, for thinking during the conference about, one comment I would make is that the speed of change is absolutely unprecedented in history. The speed of social and cultural and technological and economic change, the movement of people, and perhaps the capacity of the human race. It used to be that we were adjusting to change over centuries, or then over 50 years. The technology introduced used to happen one in a decade or something like that. But now we're facing such enormous speed of change that it requires us to adjust. And it puts a tremendous stress on humanity. The youth today who are entering into their education are wondering, what I study today, will it be valid when I finish the school or the university? And what will it mean in 5 years from now when the latest generation of technologies comes about? I think, so this is one way to think about it. Our institutions typically grow much more slowly than our capacity, than the need for change in these days. It used to be institutions changed over centuries. Feudalism was around for a long time. Monarchy was around for a long time. Colonial era at least ran for a few centuries. And now we're seeing the changes so quickly. Our institutions, as well as our culture, as well as our personal, are finding it more and more difficult to adapt and adapt quickly. And I'm stressing that because I think in our work, there's always a tendency to look at who can we blame for the sudden reversal, who has broken the momentum. But I think it's something more fundamental than that. I think generally the level of insecurity and anxiety and uncertainty in the world is greater than perhaps it's been in 75 years, in spite of the fact that in many respects, in many measures, we're better off than we have been in 75 years. And that uncertainty, that sense of insecurity, leads people to act differently. They act for fear of protecting what they have, of losing what they have. They become more defensive. They close the sense of open our borders and open our hearts and let's cooperate. Even the cooperation between the West and China, which was a fantastic driver of development in the previous decades, suddenly it looks as a threat. The expansion of Europe, which I think is the greatest accomplishment of humanity in the sense of nation states living together harmoniously, but is perceived as a threat to those who are not part of that and have not been included in the security system. We don't have a global cooperative security system that takes care of the needs of everybody. And now we have the nuclear genie coming back. It looks in one respect like we have a lot of unfinished business on which we made progress in 1990-91, but we left it undone. We went ahead in many things like the internet, WTO, EU, and everything, but we just pushed things under the carpet, and now they're surfacing again and showing us the work that we hadn't completed, that we need to complete if we're really to take this to the next launching pad. And I think, Fran, I get the feeling that I'm running out of time, so I will respect that. I just end by saying, I think as we go through all these very interesting sessions, and I thank everybody who's contributed the ideas and will be contributing to the sessions themselves, let's think about how our present institutions, how suitable they are to support us in this time of extraordinary change, how rapidly we have to change them. And I'm very happy that Gustavo is here and UNESCO is represented, and he represents MOST, which is the management of social transformation. And I think it's the closest concept in the whole UN system to what we need now, I think. We need to learn how to manage the global social transformation, something that's never been done consciously before, certainly not on the scale it is now. And it's a high priority for us at the Academy. Thank you all for joining us, and my apologies for all of you that it's 12 hours time difference from where some of you are. Fortunately, at least these sessions will be broadcast and available 24 hours. So those who, it's very early in the morning or the middle of the night, we hope you'll join us and contribute later in the conference. Thank you.
Gary. Gatan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was inspiring, actually, to hear Maria, you articulate for us all the depth of the challenges we face and the breadth of them, and how complex it is, the world that we live in. Gustavo, you too, in terms of highlighting just this need for social transformation with your presence, but also with your words. And Gary, this is a great follow-on for our strategy event in Athens, which I thought was dynamic and lively and enormously productive. To answer the three questions that we're here to do, I mean, firstly, I would say it's clear we're not in normal times. This is a time where the confluence of so many huge changes are hitting us all at once. And today's military and political conflicts, I think, remind us that we as a species are still not capable of raising or resolving our differences with compassion and sharing. We insist on killing each other to resolve our differences. At the same time, of course, we have those challenges of climate change and geopolitical rivalry and so on. But we're also planning to add 50% more people to the planet in the first half of this century. And if you take all that together, it's clear we're in the midst, especially with the technological change, of a shift in civilizations. And we have nearly exhausted what the planet can do for us and damaged it potentially to a point where repair will be very difficult. The model that has put us today in a position of great prosperity, for at least a third of the world. The average numbers tell us that we've raised the whole world to a level we've never been before, but there's been disproportionate value to the north and the west of the world, the 1/3 of the planet's population. That model that industrial model of production, consumption, and wealth creation is no longer of great value to us. And although it's been great for the last 200 years, it is now something that actually can only lead to more destruction in the world. And that way of thinking too, that power model of thinking is dangerous. But every defining factor of the industrial era is already in decline. Fossil fuels as an energy source is in decline as a percentage of the whole. Physical labor for generating income, where individuals are just thought of as production units. The West as the arbiter of value and values is also something that is in decline. And something else is replacing it. Renewables as the energy source, digital media, AI as ways of creating income. The US, the EU, China, and India as future scaled arbiters of power and of wealth creation. So we're in a systemic shift that redefines almost everything from our own mental health and our relationships with each other and with our communities, whether we're cohesive or divisive, are all being redefined right now. And I think this is why it's so uncomfortable and so perilous actually for us. The UN has called for a change in the UN system itself and for multilateral institutions across the world to address these issues. The governance system itself, they recognize, is not working, cannot stop wars, cannot lead people to diplomacy, cannot lead to climate change or the unlocking of capital to fill the gap. Our work at Force for Good, partnering with the World Academy of Art and Science, has shown that actually, although the general mood is the SDGs are not achievable and we will fail, and that may actually happen, it's not through lack of solutions. We identified 15 solutions around which capital can mobilize and 10 technology-based solutions that can be rolled out where no new inventions are required, which would allow us to more than 100% close this gap, the SDG gap. So it isn't because we don't have the solutions. It's not because we don't have the money. It is because we are not mobilizing to scale across the world to solve these issues. Stepping back, I think I completely agree with where Maria began and Gary just took us. WAAS is an institution founded by people who saw the possibilities, the risks, and the opportunity of science and technology. And they feared that we would do the wrong things and we would end up damaging the planet. And we would not engender peace in the world. I think it's time for the World Academy of Art and Science to step up even further and play its role in the world as an institution that brings peace and brings solutions to the world. And this is exactly what the strategy is designed to do and what the heritage of the institution says we must do. The one thing that can make the biggest difference, I think, is if we can foster a higher consciousness awareness in individuals. Our problems are not of science, technology, intellect, necessarily. Our problems are it's over small differences of opinion and small differences of view. We're prepared to kill each other in large numbers with the best weaponry we can make. So if we continue to do that, if we value the power over the principles, then we will not succeed. And I think WAAS has an important role to play in this bringing together of science and the humanities. And so I hope this particular General Assembly and the discussions that will happen will be fascinating, and we will press each other hard to see if we can push to solutions. Thank you very much.
Okay, Gary, we thought that we'd spend the last 10 minutes just summing up really and allowing the panelists some closing remarks. Can we go back to Maria, please? Any thoughts?
Well, I think that it's, I think, encouraging that we find so many, issues that we understand in the same way, we worry in the same way, but also that we see what potential outlets or potential solutions And I think that going back to the initial question, what does, the role of the World Academy of Arts and Sciences, and I would say that WAAS has a very critical role to play. This interconnected nature of global risks, I think that it cries for more collaboration and more solidarity, but it also, cries for this systems thinking, this bringing complexity into the way we understand and we explain the world. And I see WAAS acting as a laboratory for innovation, for cross-disciplinary dialogue, for promoting ethical leadership, and supporting transformative research and knowledge generation. And when I mention the need for cross-fertilizing among epistemologies, I really mean this, because when I'm asked, what university I went to and what degrees and all of that, I often say, and I really mean it, that my top university was 5 years living with indigenous peoples in the Ecuadorian Amazon. And believe me, if someone knows about complexity, about a reconciliation with nature, and if someone knows about resilience and respecting planetary boundaries, is them. And I think that this need to bring different epistemologies together to learn from indigenous knowledge, to understand, how important it has been for the integrity of our planet. There are thousands of years of lived experience on to better know the environment. Also, strong lessons about what overconsumption means. I think Ketan was mentioning that. So that there is a lot that we need to learn from the non-Western, Cartesian epistemologies. And perhaps, these is one of the keys of when we are looking for solutions. And I said, promoting ethical leadership and transformative research, I think it's part of the role of the academy. And of course, knowledge itself doesn't solve the problem. It's to transform knowledge into policy, and creating platforms of knowledge exchange, of supporting emerging leaders, advocating for policies that promote sustainability and social justice. I mentioned these four keywords, and I think that they are indeed important. We cannot think of a rejuvenated United Nations if we don't understand that, the complexity of the world we live in today. And the issue of the role of local governments, the role of citizens, the principle of subsidiarity, the need to really put at the forefront the issue of, and that we have forgotten, of preventive diplomacy, of being one step ahead, of being prospective rather than reactive. And I think that we are living the consequences of not being properly prepared, or not, having these forward thinking kind of analytics that would allow us to take the right decisions at the right time. And also to emphasize something that Gary, Ketan, and Gustavo mentioned, that at the end, all of these institutions, these very complex governance designs that we have come up with, have to have, the human at the center, our human security at the center, the sense of self-preservation. And when Gary was saying, I mean, we live a world of paradox, of we know better, we know more, we have the science, we have the technology, we have everything we need to fix these problems, yes, yet we are unable. We are meeting at the end of this year 29 times in conferences of the parties, and the emissions continue to grow. What is that we're not doing right? And the truth is, just to close, the truth is that there is an issue of our civilization. I mean, we are living a crisis of civilization where greed and in power and and privilege and concentration of wealth are the guiding forces. So at the end, it's a value crisis. And when we think how to reshape our multilateral system, I would say we need a value-based multilateral system and a value-based global order, looking at our commons, at the, our global public goods, and how to share them fairly, and how to ensure that the 8+ billion people living in this planet, more than half of them being women and girls, live with dignity. It's not too much to ask. And again, I think that this approach of the human security, of the approach of human security can and perhaps should be used as the center, to rebuild and rethink the overall multilateral system. So, of course, easy to say, difficult to do, but I think that these are many, many challenges, and looking forward to listening to the incredible cohort of speakers that we're going to have in the coming days.
Thank you so much, Maria. Gustavo, any thoughts from you for a couple of minutes?
Yes, just briefly, and I thank Gary for referring to the management of social transformations for most program. And that indeed aligns very closely the work of UNESCO and WAAS. And the most program basically tries to bridge the gap between build on the science policy nexus, leading from what we know to how we can act to improve and face the challenge we have. And that implies not just the natural sciences, but the social sciences, and to do so in an interdisciplinary way. For instance, from the social sciences, usually for policy, very economics, and I'm an economist, is the key. But we have to understand from philosophy, from the arts, from sociology, from understand the futures and foresight methodologies, plus all additional natural sciences. And this requires, it's important to transform the science ecosystem. And UNESCO's 2017 recommendation on science and scientific research seeks to precisely do that, providing a vision of science that goes beyond growth, productivity, and emphasizes well-being, human well-being and inclusion. It looks, for example, at 10 key areas: empowering women and girls to follow a career in science, making scientific applications accessible to all, providing conditions for scientists to work in freedom and safety, favoring trust in scientific culture in society, ensuring science-led policymaker. So we really have to build on that, and not only to find new ways to deal with the challenges, but to find ways that lead to scientific progress being focused on well-being, human well-being, and looking at the earth as well, of course. And with that, I finish just thanking you all again for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. So Gary, I'm now going to pass to you for final closing thoughts and to close this session. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks to Maria and Gustavo, and also Ketan, who I know had to rush to another meeting at this time, for highlighting such really important points for us. And Maria, you saved me emphasize what we've been doing for the last 1.5 years on the issue of human security, because we're convinced that we've made that the centerpiece of our strategic plan, because that's the foundation on which we can hope for a more stable, productive world. If people are feeling increasingly insecure, we're going to get more polarization, more friction, more violence, more defensiveness, and where we need just the opposite. And therefore, this idea that it's not just governments, it's not just national policies of governments competing with each other or cooperating. It's how do we raise that basic fundamental level of security among people all over the world. And that's a key priority for us. I'd just like to highlight something that Ketan said. He didn't have time to elaborate, but he will be running a session on this. The work that his group at Force for Good have been doing on innovative strategies. I don't know if there's anybody else who's really saying the SDGs can really be completed by 2030, but that's what he said and that's what he means. And they've done a lot of analysis. It's not wishful thinking. And he's been speaking to high-level people in the UN and other places who say they agree with him. And they're glad that somebody has recognized those levers, what we call catalytic strategies that can make it possible. So in spite of the tensions and everything, we're very upbeat on the scope to really do something. I'm really happy that Gustavo elaborated very briefly on most, because it's addressing such critical issues. In fact, the philosophy behind most permeates everything we're doing at the Academy, because it's not just, we see the problems we face are not just physical, objective, quantifiable issues that can be handled by science and all. It's depending on human beings. It's the psychology, the values, the aspirations of human beings, the kind of knowledge, the subjective knowledge that comes from the humanities, that comes from the arts, the human values that we put into this physical world. And everything we do in the Academy, we're trying to bridge this gap, and we have very interesting session on this coming up. And my final comment, because we are at the end of our session, is so important for this is education. And just to make a pretty radical statement, I'd say the education we need is decades behind what we need. And I'm not blaming anybody for that, because education has always been oriented to the past and collecting what happened in the past and studying it, whereas we need an education that anticipates the future. And that's what our youth need. That's what the future of humanity needs. And that puts an enormous challenge on educational institutions and on the world as a whole to find a new and a better way to deliver knowledge and preparation for the future. And that's also a very high priority for the Academy. Fortunately, things are beginning to happen now, just beginning to show the emerging technology makes it possible for us to break out of these, of the monopoly of certain institutions on knowledge transfer and on preparing the next generations. Ideas have been floated now. We have new models like the Khan Academy, which is trying to deliver a system, including building AI right into it. The WAAS itself is looking to build a greenfields example of a higher educational system that marries business, technology, and society, and the individual leadership into one thing. We need new models like this. There are things happening, but not nearly fast enough. And we'll be trying to work in our strategic plan to see how we can help and work with other partners to accelerate it. Thank you again very much. And you, especially, Fran, for moderating us and managing us.
Pleasure, as always. Speak soon.
I think we'll be in another, I don't know if Janani is there to lead the transition. We have the next session will be starting in 7 minutes.
7 minutes, yes.
In this, are you there, Janani?
Oh, yes, yes.
Then I leave it to you, please.
Okay. We'll move
Thank
to
you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Parallel B has begun, and those of you who would like to join, we'll share the link in the chat window. Thank you.
So either stay here for another 7 minutes or go to B according to your interests. Thank you, Janani. Thank you.
Hello, Nicole. How are you?
Okay, thank you. You can see me? Okay, fine.
I see you very well.
Hello.
Everybody.
Hello. Hello, Chantal.
Nice meeting you all.
Hello, Paul. So we have 1 minute to start.
Good luck to everybody.
Good luck.
Yes.
Good luck. Gary, are we being recorded? I think we're recorded, right? Already, right?
Not only being recorded, you're being broadcast live.
Okay.
to the world.
Both of them. It's being
And
recorded and live streamed.
Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Yanani. Thank you for the whole effort that you have done in starting this process of strategic planning of the World Academy and to gather all those ideas, to put them in a frame, and then to establish this platform for discussions like an agora for all members of the academy. This is a fantastic opportunity. And today we have really a very special panel. We have with us Chantal Lin-Carpentier. She is representing probably the most important institution worldwide. This is the UN Agency for Promoting Trade, Development, Prosperity all around the world. So the fact that Chantal Lin is with us is a very nice, how can I say, opportunity to have insights and let's say a sort of a global vision for all these aspects. And I have seen on the LinkedIn your phrase, your thought regarding this let's say, conference, putting an emphasis on the need for considering the South-South dialogue and aspects that could offer a very important answer to this. But also we have with us Nicole Beckerman, Nicole Susanna Beckerman. She is actually representing the parliamentarians. No, that's another very high level decision makers in the society, because at the end doesn't matter how much science knowledge we have in the society. It is important how those are framed and regulated and introduced in different types of norms. So from that perspective, the activity that Nicole is doing in promoting these ethics in, let's say, taking the decision in the high level in the society is also a very important aspect, and a very important contribution will be also from your side. Paul Rivey is coming with a huge experience in diplomacy and with the think tank activity that you are doing, just let's say, not only considering new ideas, but also doing something for acting for promoting these new initiatives. It will be also a very nice contribution. And Professor Nicolaos Theodosiou, representing a fantastic academic institution, the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, an institution that is putting a sort of a matrix and is promoting the, let's say, academic cooperation in our region, but also Professor Theodosiou is here present in the position of the chair of Solutions Network on Sustainability. So we have these very nice points of view coming from different sides. So we shall start talking about the future. So in order to start talking for the future, because sometimes it is a tendency speaking about the future to come only to some very high level principles, to very high level ideals and things like that. So discussing also with our president and with the other colleagues, we consider that in these sessions we have to focus on some very practical, very how can I say, usable type of suggestions. So we have this aspect of considering this, let's say, point of view on what can be done, what has to be included from the opinion of each contributors to the pact for the future, what you consider that it is extremely important to be there written, and of course, how to do it, from where we have to start to make it. So in all your contributions, please have in your mind these three requests, very kind requests, to structure your message. Also, to the very large audience, we would like to draw the attention that there is a Q&A button on the bottom. On the bottom of this screen, in the Q&A pane, we would like to kindly ask you to put questions, to introduce some comments, and all the members of this panel, the distinguished speakers, they will try to address those questions. So with this set, now let us start this session with, as I mentioned, Chantal Lin, because she has this very broad view. Maybe it's time now to share with us your thoughts, Chantal.
Thank you, Eden, and it's a pleasure to be with my co-panelists. And as the co-chair, I will be providing ending remarks. So let's get to it so that we have time for discussion and more. So I think I'm not going to surprise anybody to say that we're not on track to achieve the SDGs. And we're actually losing ground on food security, equality, and all the environmental goals. Not just climate change, where a lot of people are putting attention, but also on biodiversity, on land and in the ocean, as well as pollution, what the Secretary General of the UN has called the triple environmental crisis. And all of these are interrelated. The poor tend to depend more on nature for their livelihood and they don't have a plan B. Once there's a disaster, a natural disaster, they can't just go to the bank and get money and rebuild from zero. And therefore, they tend to end up and drop into extreme poverty after this event, as opposed to the rest of the population. And the question becomes then, why have we not made progress? So we can get to solution, and then, as you mentioned. And there's many reasons in recent years: the COVID-19 pandemic, the outbreak of conflict, the global inflationary pressures, the increase in debt burden following the COVID, and the geopolitical tension. They all have contributed to pushing back on the progress made toward the fulfillment of the SDGs. But we also lack the policies, the ambitious policy that would be at the level of the ambitious goal that we set for ourselves. And this was demonstrated both by the latest UNFCCC stock take at COP28, as well as the IPSB Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, as well as the review of the SDGs at the midterm of 2022. These are all official documents of the UN that demonstrate that we're going backward on environment goals. The SDG are the first time and that we have, all of humanity, agreed with ambitious and comprehensive goal for the entire planet. And they're precious because if we try to make an agreement now that we reached in 2015, we could not get there. I know because I was in the corridor of these negotiations. It would be impossible right now. Second, there's an urgency. The time we have to fix the triple crisis are less than we have on our fingers. Third, we owe it to the youth. Youth are losing hope. I was asked by a group in their 20s a few weeks ago, and it depressed me. They said, oh, the SDGs are passé. We're not achieving them, so we just move on to something else. This is terrible. We need to make everybody understand that the SDGs is the best hope we have for humanity. And finally, and as importantly, we have the solution. And I was listening to Ketan and to Gary in the opening session. We have the solution. We know what to do. We actually know in general, maybe not in detail, but which policies, regulation, and international cooperation and coordination that we need. And the positive thing, Adan, is that government are actually finally acting. In my 30 years in trade and environment, it's the first time we see industrial policies being recooked and redesigned, and we're seeing carbon pricing being rolled out. This is all good. The problem is, if we do that individually, nation by nation, without coordination across countries, we risk achieving the SDGs or the climate goals in that case, because it's really focused on climate, at the expense of development. And we know that is not sustainable. We can never achieve green at the expense of social. And the SDGs are powerful in the sense that we have 3 dimensions and the 3 are inseparable. We need to achieve them at the same time. And so basically the government are acting. Now we just need to help them, to nudge them, to push them, to incentivize them, to cajole them, to ensure that whatever policy they put in place are ambitious enough, but also are mindful of the spillover effect, negative spillover. The positive one we're happy about, it incite other countries to be ambitious on their policies, but the negative one, where it cuts market access for developing countries, where they have comparative advantage, or tremendously increase their trade costs because of all the administrative measure that they have to meet, or it cuts their basically any smallholders out of the market because, say, there's a digital a passport that is needed that smallholders just can't afford to do, right? So how do we achieve that? And this is why, you mentioned that, I must say I'm privileged to work at UNCTAD, the UN, which we've been reading UN Trade and Development, which is very telling. Because in my branch, we research technical cooperation and evidence-based tool. Because the discussion right now is at this level, and we feel like member states from the north and the south are kind of screaming at each other, and it's not based on evidence. And yet we have a lot of evidence and tool to help our member state to basically address these issues in a way that is coordinated and that brings the whole of countries and people and not leave anybody behind. So let me give you an example of a specific thing that could be done. And that I'll try to summarize with all of the other thing that needs to be done. So we all know that at UNFCCC, all our countries need to come up with new nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement by 2025 at COP30 in Brazil. So what we're doing now at UNCTAD is to make sure that developing countries take full advantage, and our country for that matter, of the trade and investment measure that they could use to achieve their plan, their nationally determined contribution. But then what needs to happen also is that there will be technology needed to achieve the plan. Not all developing countries have access to those technology at an affordable cost. How, as an international community, do we come together? There's a handful of countries that own these technologies and a handful of companies. How do we coordinate to ensure that the technologies are in the hand of the countries that need them to help us achieve the 1.5 aligned NDCs? We can do that. We can facilitate, as you mentioned, South-South trade in green supply chain, whereas developing countries that individually cannot produce their own wind power or their own thermal power or their own methane reduction, that together, by working together, they can have the technologies to achieve it. Then there's the third one, which is true carbon pricing, right? We're working now on carbon pricing. Several countries are putting carbon pricing because it's probably the most efficient and a way to achieve the abatement. But these carbon pricing is the most efficient in certain conditions. And if you take into account only climate, if you take account that you have other market failures, such as biodiversity loss, such as pollution, plastic pollution, social issues that you need to deal with, then carbon pricing may not be for all countries the right policy. How do we account for that in our international negotiation this is another area that needs to be done. And then the social cohesion is needed. We need to be cognizant and maximize the synergies with the SDGs, the environmental SDGs, but other environmental SDGs, as I mentioned, but also with the social SDGs. We need to make sure that these transitions are job creating, they're not leaving women job behind, they're actually including in the supply chain the vulnerable groups, including indigenous peoples that may have some a comparative advantage in the new sectors that we're talking about. And then what needs to be taken into account, and where my team and I are putting a lot of effort, is what are the interconnectedness between climate, biodiversity, and pollution. They're all interconnected. And we need to actually document at the country level what those synergies and trade-offs are, so we help countries put in place the right policies. And the positive, again, I'd love to come back to positive, is that we have economic model that actually help us achieve these synergies between the environmental, the economic, and the social. These are the green, the blue, the circular, the social and solidarity economy. And we need to grow those as part of our economy. But that won't happen unless all of us support the Secretary General in his call in the Summit of the Future for measuring progress beyond GDP. How do we measure progress? Going to have a huge impact on if we can achieve these and grow these models. And second, the Secretary General's call and focus on the reform of the international financial architecture. Because unless these new economic models are funded and have access to financing, they will not be growth. They will be disadvantageous. So I'll stop here and look forward for further discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chantal Lim, because already you opened many different topics and many different aspects. Each of them maybe that requires hours of debates and discussions. They are all very, how can I say, challenging. In reality, the SDGs is, let's say, a sort of a game changer. Of course, we had the Millennium Goals, but the SDGs, taking into account the indicators, the aspects measurable and the quantified aspects, they introduced a new norm, let's say, in policy making. And actually, fundamental is to find the orchestration at global level. How this can be done is one of the very important issues that you pointed on, and thank you for that. The other aspect that I would like also to underline is the complexity of the issues. So unfortunately, the politicians, the decision makers, they sometimes they need to make it very simple. But when you make it very simple, then you have to cut the interlinkages with different other aspects. Unfortunately, we have to start considering the complexity of the issues and to involve in this complexity also the capacity of the people to understand all these aspects. So it's a both side issue. So thank you very much. We shall come back to these issues. Now we propose to continue also with the SDGs. You know that at global level, there is the United Nations Network for Solutions on Sustainability. And we have Professor Nicolaos Theodosiou, who is chairing the chapter of SDSN network for the Black Sea region. So Professor Theodosiou, please.
Yes, thank you, Eden, and thank you all for participating in this very important panel. As Eden mentioned, I am chairing one of the United Nations networks. They are called SDSN networks. The name is Sustainable Development Solutions Network. So the United Nations expect from these networks to provide solutions for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. These are either national networks or regional networks. Almost all the globe is covered now by these networks. I have the honor of chairing a very challenging network for a very challenging region, the wider area of the Black Sea. Our network comprises 12 countries, most of the Balkan countries, and all the countries all around the Black Sea, up to Azerbaijan and the Caspian. So you can understand, even by considering these countries, you can understand the complexity of the network and what we are asked to do. Because what we are asked to do by the United Nations is to provide solutions. So we need to find solutions. I forgot to say that these networks actually comprise universities and research centers, because the United Nations think that we need new approaches, new solutions, new suggestions in order to be able to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. So these are expected to come from universities, from their role as education organizations. And I would like to come back to that and emphasize what our president, Gary Jacobs, mentioned in his opening remark about education and the importance of education, but also research, because there is a lot of research being developed in universities, and not all of these results find their way to the implementation. And because we are talking about solutions and in implementable solutions, we need to consider what is going on in the universities and how this can be extended and implemented. So coming back to this network, as it was previously mentioned by Chantal and by other people as well, I'm sure it will find itself again in the discussion, the SDGs need to be implemented in regional scale, not on a national scale, not on a local scale. This is something very difficult for the politicians to understand, because they consider their country, their municipality, their region of power, let's say. But that's not enough. We need to collaborate. We need to find our ways beyond the national borders in order to be able to implement in a sustainable way the SDGs. This is a very complex, very complicated aspect. As Chantal mentioned, we need to implement the SDGs all at once, all at the same time. If you go into detail and find and see these indices that we use to measure the status of implementation of the SDGs, you will see that there are a lot of indices, there are a lot of targets that their progress introduces problems in the introduction and the development of other targets. They are not all in the same direction. And this is why we need to implement it at the same time, because that's the only way to face these problems and to be able to move forward. Another aspect that is also causing problems, and I think it was also mentioned by Chantal, is the different regions of the globe. If you see the index, we measure every year. We introduce a report on a global scale about the progress of each country in the implementation of the SDGs. The first countries are either Sweden or Finland. They change every year. It's between them, but that's not enough. If you see the developing countries, their status in the implementation of the SDGs, you can understand where the problem is. Of course, we acknowledge the efforts that the developed countries do in this direction, but it's not enough. I mean, if you consider just one of the goals, climate change, the Scandinavian countries cannot protect themselves from climate change if they don't, if the other countries do not follow in the implementation of the same targets. We need to understand that. It's not easy to understand. I know that, but we need to understand that in order to be able to move forward. So in this complicated area of the wider area of the Black Sea, we have countries, we have developed countries, we have developing countries, we have countries who are in war between them. We now have Russia and Ukraine. Last year we had Azerbaijan and Armenia. 2 or 3 years ago, we also had the invasion of Russia in Crimea. We're an area, a very interesting area in the history of the world, but an area with great challenges. And if we can find our way through this small area of the planet, our way to collaborate, to join forces, and we can do that within the universities. It's much easier to do that within the universities than between governments. Okay, So we need a different perspective. And I don't want to take a lot of time, but I just want to mention one dimension because we're discussing about solutions. Another initiative of the United Nations it is supported by SDSN. This initiative is called the Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition. This is an advisory body to the Secretary General of the United Nations and the services of the United Nations for this very important challenge that we have in front of us, the energy transition. And the Secretary General asked for engineers to help the United Nations find their way for this energy transition, because we all understand that engineers are the ones who implement. So it's the final step. We are not discussing anymore. We are not analyzing anymore. We need to implement. And this council was formed. It comprised about 40 engineers of all disciplines from all over the world. I'm very proud to be a member of this council, and we are providing solutions. And you can find them, a lot of solutions that are already being provided and reported in our website. These are practical solutions, focusing on the countries that they need more focus, Africa and Asia and South America. So we need solutions. We need them now. We don't have enough time. We need to convince people that the SDGs are still alive, and they can still be their implementation can still be meaningful for the world. And we need to move forward. We don't have a time. Probably we are out of time, but we need to put our forces together and provide for the next generations. Just one small remark. If you consider, because we are talking about the future, if you consider that children that are born these days, they might live to the next century, the 22nd century. I mean, it's something. It surprised me when I realized that we are talking about these people. We are talking about the future of the planet, the future of humanity, a sustainable future, not just a future that will be a problematic one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Todosiu. Thank you for these aspects. Once again, I would like to kindly ask you to refer to those three requirements. First of all, what you consider that has to be a relevant proposal for the, let's say, summit of the future. What kind of aspects you consider that have to be must included in the pact for the future, and not the last one, from where to start. And I'm coming now to Paul Rivet, because as I said, I am also impressed by the activity that he's doing with this very prestigious career. And of course, in this East-West dialogue, centering on, let's say, the promotion of the European values, how do you consider that we have to move forward into the future? Paul, the microphone is yours for a limited time.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you very much. And thank you to the co-panelists. So it's a pleasure and an honor to be with you. And a special thanks to Gary and to the World Academy for inviting me. Now, my brief remarks will come from a European. I know it seems we are, a lot of us European around this table, but as the European project is now under big strain, I would like to focus on one of its founding fathers, Jean Monnet, who mentioned the famous quote, "Nothing is possible without people, but nothing is lasting without institutions." So my brief remarks will work on the institutional aspect. Now, as you all know, the European Union and its member states are key proponents and supporters of global governance and on a rules-based international system. The problem is that the post-World War II multilateral institutions, which we have inherited up to today, particularly the UN are being now shackled and are under grave danger. So the question will be whether SDGs and all the other impressive work that has been done, what matters most would be whether global issues can still be addressed simultaneously and in unison. In order to do that, we need to go back to basics. We have a charter, we have a UN system, and Secretary General Guterres mentioned only recently that we can't address problems effectively as if these institutions do no longer reflect the world as it is. So this implies reform. We need to reform these institutions. And the tonal shifts we have had since 10 years are in that direction. Now, of course, these shifts are important. Everybody talks about the reform of the UN Security Council, which is obviously the most difficult one, but there are many, many creative and marginal issues within the Charter that could be implemented. Look at the Charter, implement simply the Charter. You do not need today to create a new UN Charter. We're not in a San Francisco moment coming up at the UN summit in September. So let's use this Charter. And one area which is encouraging, where we can use the Charter more effectively, is the role of the Secretary General. The role of the Secretary General in the Charter implies, under this famous Article 99, that it can bring to the attention of the global powers and the member state issues that he or she herself feel are important to be addressed. Now, the problem with this Article 99 is that it has hardly ever been used since 1945. But again, only 6 times, you're looking at my work, it has been used, but it is true that Secretary General Guterres used it recently within the Gaza war, which is currently undergoing. And so there is maybe some hope that the role of the Secretary General will be enhanced and especially used in the coming years to come. Now, there is another interesting development which should come up maybe also more effectively in the Pact for the Future, is the role of the United Nations General Assembly. The UNGA has, since 2022, this new model of implementation, which is to say, basically, if a veto is cast by the Security Council in the 10 following working days, this veto must be explained by the nation that casted its veto to the General Assembly, upon which a vote will take place. So there is, with this problem of the Security Council being blocked, an increasing role given to the United Nations General Assembly. So let's hope here, likewise, that in the future Pact for the Future, in the future Pact, there will be a reference to implementing and solidifying this new role of the General Assembly. Here, it should be noted that France and Germany, as you may recall, in 2019, created this idea of an alliance for multilateralism. And the idea being that we in Europe have been proponent of this concept of effective multilateralism. And here I must say Europe has played a major role in making sure and ensuring that multilateralism is no longer a thing of the past, but of the future. So here I would also like to basically stress and underline what Europe can bring to the table in adapting and updating the Pact for the Future. Basically, there are 3 items here. You all know them: upholding international norms and agreements, extending multilateralism to new global realities, and making sure that multilateral organizations are fit for purpose. Now here, a lot will be discussed in the coming days here at WAAS, but also in the coming months, going up to the Summit for the Future, multilateral financial banks and lots of other issues are on the table and are being discussed. But here again, we need to make sure that they are rooted in this famous Pact for the Future and not simply discussed as they have been discussed over the past years. Finally, other novel approaches could come up, and one of them is this idea of decoupling, or some call it de-risking, multilateralism. Basically, novel approaches must be sought, and here there's one idea which I find could come up in a concrete way going into the summit in September, is the concept of minilateralism. The idea being that a small group of countries could effectively be more effective regionally to come up with solutions. So this idea of minilateralism should also be taken into account. And finally, and just to close up, I don't want to be too long, I would simply say that we should be a little bit worried when reading the zero draft of the Pact for the Future. There's still some time up to September, but the fact remains we are very late. We are already in mid-May. And if you read the zero draft, it includes 39 instances of we reform, but not a single where is mentioned we decide. So let us hope that this Pact for the Future will not be a rehashing, like over the last 10 years, of reaffirmations, but a certain number of concrete decisions. To close up, I would simply say that we need to make sure that the sanctity of the UN Charter remains. We need to insist on accountability for those who violate its obligations, and we need to bolster also the NPT regime, including the principle of no first use. I mean, the nuclear element, as you all know, is coming back up front. Now,
Thank you very much, Paul. If you want to give your closure.
Thank you. My closure would be simply to say human security for all definitely is the word in town. We need to come up with this leitmotif and make sure, and here again, thank you to the World Academy for having put this at the very top of its agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, because now we would like also to introduce Nicole Shoshana Beckerman. She is the founder of a very important organization that is focusing particularly on aspects of ethics. And we all have seen, actually practically in all speeches, that at the end, we have to come back to ethics. So, Shoshana, please, if you would like to say some of your thoughts, please take into account those three requirements. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And first, allow me to express thanks to the organizers of World Academy of Arts and Sciences for this opportunity to participate in this important conference, and to the moderators and panelists for their efforts to make this a successful and meaningful event. As we embark on the road to the UN Summit of the Future, my contribution will focus on actually SDG number 16, which focuses on the critical need for mandatory education for the culture of peace as a tool for human security and the implementation of the SDGs. The Interparliamentary Coalition for Global Ethics was founded in 1999 and works to develop a coalition of members of national parliaments, religious and cultural leaders, to collaborate with the UN organizations and agencies in order to implement sustainable development goals towards the creation of a culture of peace and prosperity. Throughout the years since the founding of the United Nations in 1945, many multinational treaties on issues such as human rights, terrorism, international crime, refugees, disarmament and protection of the environment, commodities, business ethics, and social justice have been set forth to achieve sustainable global peace and stability. The recent UN SDG goals encompass many of these aims for the next decade. Towards these ends, the General Assembly has passed a series of resolutions to facilitate the creation of a global culture of peace, a concept which was introduced by His Excellency, former Director General of UNESCO, Professor Federico Mayor, who was also the patron of the IPCGE. These resolutions form the foundation for a culture of peace, which is especially necessary in areas of conflict, as well as all societies and nations torn by internal strife and violence, which we see today, even in Europe and the United States. The goal number 16 of the UN SDGs aims to develop peaceful and inclusive societies. The various dimensions of culture of peace include peace and nonviolence, human rights, democracy, respect for all religions and ethnic groups, international and intercultural understanding, respect and acceptance of cultural and linguistic diversity. The General Assembly has adopted a series of resolutions that underpin the creation of the culture of peace. Just to mention a few, they are promoting understanding, harmony, and religious and cultural cooperation, eliminating all forms of religious intolerance, UN Millennium Declaration, the Global Agenda for Intercivilizational Dialogue, the Madrid Declaration, and so on and so on. The point is that none of these declarations have ever been translated into actual law in any of the UN member states regarding the institution of education for the culture of peace. The IPCG initiative calls for parliamentarians to commit to initiating legislation on mandatory education for the implementation of the values of a culture of peace in their respective national parliaments as a foundation for human security and a basis for the successful implementation of the SDGs. Religious and spiritual leaders are called upon to teach their followers and supporters the values and concepts of a culture of peace. And the educators are tasked with implementing education for the culture of peace in their educational system. The civic leaders join the efforts to imprint the values of culture of peace in civil society. Over the years, we have presented this initiative at the UN and in various parliaments in UN member states. Through the support of Spanish Senator Gutierrez, the Council of Europe has issued a written document stating that we recall the Parliamentary Assembly document 13407 of 29 January 2014, written declaration number 562 in the Council of Europe, the white paper on intercultural dialogue, and the European Cultural Convention of 1954, as well as the support of members of the Assembly for the UN General Assembly resolutions on the culture of peace and SDGs. We consider that efforts to achieve peace in areas of conflict and prevent extremist radicalism in all nations require commitment by national assemblies, parliaments, to mandate core education for the culture of peace and SDGs in all levels of society, and effective legislative measures and monitoring to prohibit incitement to terrorism in all sectors of society by media by constructing the defenses of peace in the minds of men, which is in the UNESCO preamble. We call upon the Assembly to support the initiative of the Interparliamentary Coalition for Global Ethics as a strategic partner to promote implementation of the UN resolutions on the culture of peace and SDGs through national legislation in Council of Europe and UN member states for mandatory education on the culture of peace and the SDGs in all levels of education, and strict legislative measures to prevent incitement to extremist violence and terrorism. This was signed by dozens of members of the European Parliament. The IPCG took up the Levant Initiative for Global Peace, launched by President Emil Constantinescu, and contributed to its promotion at the UN General Headquarters in New York in 2013, 14, 15, 16, and 17, in US Congress in 2014, UNESCO 2014, 2015, Israel and the Palestinian Authority 2014, the Italian Senate 2017, 2019, the Vatican 2017, French Senate 2018, and the Council of Europe 2019, and again in 2023 November. More recently, we have launched the Abraham Accords Leadership Education for Culture of Peace, which is a groundbreaking project along with various partners to train the future leaders of the Abraham Accords partners as a best practices model for conflict resolution and establishment of a culture of peace. This project aims to serve as a guideline for current leaders and civil society around the globe to build peace in the minds of men. Originally launched through a strategy roundtable in Dubai, February 2023, with the participants of representatives of the Abraham Accords partners, we continued with a side event at the United Nations High-Level Forum, The Culture of Peace, in August 30th, 2023, a roundtable strategy session in the EU Parliament, November 2023, and a side event at the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2024, hosted by the Greek House Davos.
Nicole, if we can ask you to wrap up, because it's 4:44 and we need to end this session at 50.
Yeah, parallel to this, we are developing, along with our partners, a model curriculum outline on the culture of peace and SDGs for early phases of education, starting in childhood through adolescence, to assure that children from early age benefit from the education for the culture of peace. In order for the, I don't have the same amount of time as the others, but I'll wrap up by saying that we are currently proposing what is called the Global Education for Culture of Peace, Human Security and SDGs Week at the United Nations General Assembly. And I was going to read at least some of the items there, but you are welcome to write to us at our email or look at our website, www.ipcge.org. And we hope that World Academy of Arts and Sciences and its affiliates will join us in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. And maybe you can put these in the chat, the rest of the information in the chat, along with the website and the information, so people can actually follow.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And we had agreed between Eden and I that I will offer final comments. But first, let me look at, we have in the chat a comment by Rebecca Schut that talks about also agreeing with, somebody agrees with Paul on the concern about the language of the outcome document of the pact. And then Rebecca Schut mentioning that they have a UN Civil Society conference in Nairobi, where they come up with some aspiration for the pact, and they're waiting for the version 2 of the document, and perhaps we could ask, I don't know, Rebecca, Rebecca, if you want to maybe mention a little bit of the process and perhaps how people could join, feel free to come in. And while we're waiting to see if Rebecca is available and wants to be promoted, I think there was quite a bit of overlap in terms of the use of the General Assembly. I think Paul mentioned the better use of the General Assembly. Nicole mentioned how they've used the General Assembly. On social and solidarity economy, we use the General Assembly to pass the resolution. Member State passed a resolution about social and solidarity economy, asking member state to actually put in place policies to advance this economy that would help people. So I think that was one of the common thread, as well as Nicholas mentioned, this idea that we're not going to achieve the SDG coding country by country. It needs to be regional and global. And I'm not going to say much more because Rebecca said that she is available to say a few words about the process. So Rebecca, why don't you come in?
Thank you so
because
much.
We only have 3 minutes.
Of course. Thank you so much. I don't know if you have the opportunity or the availability to see me, but I will speak very quickly. This past week, we had the UN Civil Society Conference in Nairobi, at which there were more than 2,300 organizations, that's organizations, not individuals, present. And one of the main outcomes of that process was the formation of currently 20, that number may rise or fall, impact coalitions that are aligned with various aspirations, not only of the Pact for the Future, but of an ongoing iterative process of UN reform and change. I personally am co-convening 3 on environmental governance, or excuse me, earth governance, just institutions in the International Court of Justice and the International Anti-Corruption Court initiative. If anybody is interested in joining those, please reach out to me. I'll put my email info in the chat. I can also connect with the co-conveners of the other impact coalitions. And then complementary to this process, there is a People's Pact for the Future that is currently being iterated. It is open for comment. And if anybody would like to review that and add hopefully your wisdom and your analysis, that would be most appreciated. I think the period for comment is only open through next weekend. So I will put again my contact info in the chat, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Very helpful. I'm assuming this is a parallel too. So you're having 2 tracks. One track is to submit language for the pact, and the second is having a people's pact. That will be a parallel or shadow process to the formal process. Is that correct?
Yes, one hopes that they will be complementary processes, of course. This is impeded by the fact that civil society, even those of us in ECOSOC consultative status, have thus far not been able to even observe the member state consultations. However, we have been participating, my organization and others, led by the Coalition for the United Nations We Need, C4UN, in bilateral conversations as much as possible with member states. And we very much hope that they take the People's Pact seriously and that it can serve as some lodestones and signposts as they proceed with the Pact for the Future itself.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. And without further ado, let me take the prerogative of the co-chair to thank my dear co-chair, Eden, for a great job in co-chairing this session. Nicole and Paul and Nicholas for your great presentation. And I hope it's going to give feed for thought and get this conference well started. And if it's some ideas to, as you mentioned, Eden, to get further detail and go deep, more granular on, so we can come up with something concrete. So thank you so much, and see you later. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you, Chantal.
So what do we do now? Do we disconnect or okay.
That is done automatically.
Yeah, just
Okay.
we'll make you attendee so you can go back and attend the meeting. Just 1 minute.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, friends. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear
Yes.
you.
Good. Well, there's just the three of us. We are missing two more
I
panel
see.
members.
I can see that you're wearing a tie. Maybe
That's
I
all
should.
right. That's okay. The previous panel members didn't wear a tie, not even a jacket. So I think we're okay.
All right. I'm wearing a jacket at least.
Yes, I know. I can see that. I'm trying to adjust the screen here so that So where are you all connecting from?
I am connecting from Madrid.
Madrid.
I'm connecting from Salvador, Brazil.
Salvador. Okay. So
South America.
You've got a slight time zone issue.
Yes, some
Pretty
time
early
zones.
over there.
Earlier. Yes, now it's about noon here.
Oh, well, that's not that early.
Yes.
I see Dr. Bunn. I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly.
Yes, thank you. I'm here. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Do I pronounce your name Bunn or Bun?
Well, it's Bun, but if I try to pronounce my maiden name, that would be far more of a challenge.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
Kalistrak.
Kalistrak?
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, with a last name like mine, you should be able to.
Exactly. I think we have quite a set of alphabets here presented.
I know.
Thank you so much. It's an honor
Very
to be
good.
joining you.
David, your last name sounds Georgian. Is it Georgian?
It is Georgian, yes. And
where
I'm
are
Georgian.
Where are you connecting from?
I'm connecting from Geneva, is where where I live now. I
Nice.
just retired from the UN last September.
Uh-huh.
So I'm sticking around here still. And Dr. Bunn is connecting from Washington, D.C., I understand.
Yes, I'm in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are all gathered here, I think. No?
Liberato is not here.
Liberato is,
yet.
yeah.
Yes.
I think he should also be in Geneva.
We'll make him panelist once he joins the meeting, David.
I didn't hear that.
We'll make Liberato panelist as soon as he joins the meeting.
Okay.
So you may begin if you'd like.
So we can begin, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, terrific. Well, at first I need to break the news to everybody that while she's still listed as moderator, we're not going to be joined by Maria Fernanda, unfortunately. She was overtaken by events and she contributed to the opening. So you're stuck with me. So let's begin. Mr. President, Gary Jacobs, who I hope is on, World Academy of Art and Science trustees and fellows, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the session on strategies for enhancing peace, democracy, rule of law, and multilateralism in the framework of the WAAS at 60 conference. I'm sorry, 64. I took part in the 60 conference as well, 64. It is my great privilege to be a fellow of this unique institution, which boasts as its founders some of the most outstanding minds humankind has produced. And we're fortunate that this tradition of intellectual excellence of thought that leads to action is continued today by Mr. Gary Jacobs, President and CEO of WAAS, the intellectual engine of the Academy, leading a large cohort of outstanding fellows. I wish to add my congratulations to our organization on its 64th birthday. and wish it success in identifying ideas that lead to an improvement of the state of the world as we have it today. Indeed, anniversaries are a time for celebration, but also for assessments and introspection, particularly when there is precious little to celebrate. The search for effective strategies requires a precise identification of the problems. To say that the world is in transition would be a gross understatement and naive simplification. What we're living today is not a routine changing environment, rather a pivotal moment, a change of eras, which occurs only every century or so, with the emergence of a new social and economic paradigm. In historic terms, its beginning can formally be dated with precision, the end of the Cold War. Yet the end of an ideological standoff, even the disappearance of a major empire, a change of eras does not make. This slow motion transition has been acquiring the features of an epochal change for 3 decades now, and it has yet to run its course. Today, well into the 3rd decade of the 21st century and of the 3rd millennium, which in Kofi Annan's vivid words, the world had entered through a gate of fire, humanity faces increasingly complex challenges. The return of war as a tool of choice, if not of first resort, armed conflicts threatening millions, the dismantling of disarmament commitments, a climate crisis wreaking havoc around the world, dire poverty in large parts of the world, refugee flows at record levels, rampant inequality both among and within countries, sky-high debt, threats to the rule of law, attacks on the media and civil society, growth in nationalist and isolationist politics of fear and resentment, the game-changing role of artificial intelligence and its potentially sinister side, the burgeoning role of technology and social media in international affairs, and an absolutely abysmal state of relations among the world's most powerful countries. As a result, we're on the edge of a precipice. Where do we go from here? The World Academy of Art and Science is eminently qualified to make a major contribution to the search for answers. In this, the Academy, as a preeminent civil society grouping, contributes towards the same critical goals that the international community will be discussing at the Summit of the Future this fall. This summit, in addition to its other objectives, is the UN Secretary General's valiant attempt to mobilize the will of the member states of the organization and to help jumpstart the one sine qua non condition for progress towards these goals, a change of mindset on the part of the member states towards multilateralism. These, forced and unforced errors have brought our world today to a situation where the world, in the words of the Secretary General, is broken, and we collectively aim to contribute to its fixing. To this end, the Academy has organized this unique conference that will stretch over several days and involve some of the brightest minds of our time in search of solutions. As part of this effort, we have an outstanding panel today that is sure to make a significant contribution. And it is my daunting task and great privilege to introduce the speakers of this session and moderate the segment. Let me invite them to speak and briefly present them in the order they are listed in the program. They all have bios that are too rich to be presented in full here, so I will only be giving a thumbnail sketch for each. I'd like to start with Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros, Executive Director and Chair, Global Governance Forum, who is an international economist with over 30 years of experience in international organizations, including most recently at the World Bank and before that at the International Monetary Fund, both in Washington, D.C. Dr. Lopez Claros has written and lectured extensively on a wide range of topics in this field. He has a degree in mathematical statistics from Cambridge University in England and a PhD in economics from Duke University in the United States. And I wish to ask him to lead off the discussion. Dr. Lopez Claros, please.
Thank you very much, David, for your very nice introductory remarks and also for your kind introduction. I wanted very much to congratulate the organizers, and I especially like the focus that this event is going to put on solutions and strategies. And I would like to begin by making a point that perhaps will be obvious to most people in the audience, which is that, most of the problems that we face today, climate change and its consequences, the renewal of the arms race, the unraveling of our nuclear order, the malignant uses of technologies and science, poverty and inequality, and so on. All of these problems, do have this feature that they are global in nature, and that they will only be solved in a context of much stronger levels of international cooperation. In fact, we have already noted that what has happened over the last many decades is that as the world has become more complex, and because the human institutions that we have to deal with these global problems have not adapted themselves to the pace of change, we see increasingly something that is called a governance gap, an inability of the institutions to address these global problems because of this increasing complexity. And so this has in turn generated several strands of debate. One of them, to which perhaps David already alluded to in some fashion in his introductory remarks, essentially says, that reforms at this particular moment in our history are a non-starter, that because of a very toxic geopolitical environment that we face today, we are not likely to be successful in advancing a reform agenda, that will get us to a better place. Implicit in this argument is the idea that maybe time is on our side, that we can continue to muddle through for the next several decades, in the hope that at some point either these problems will go away or they will be resolved by, some miracle. For instance, some unforeseen technological innovation that might help us to address the issue of climate change. My own view is that we need to actually be much more proactive. We need to innovate. We need to, within the existing system, there are many things that we can do which would allow us to solve or to at least go some way towards finding solutions to these problems. And we certainly need to have a deeper exploration of the foundations of our current system. What kinds of governance system do we think would be consistent, not just with our survival as a species, but also create the conditions for the full development of our capacities, and that gives opportunity to all, and that leaves no one behind. And so it is in this context that I want to share with you a few additional thoughts as to the kinds of thinking that I think would be helpful as we focus on solutions to some of these problems. The environmental risks of catastrophe are perhaps the most threatening and the least managed at the moment, despite a multiplicity of multilateral environmental agreements. As you know, the Paris Agreement of 2015 is not working. Emissions have continued to rise. The commitments that were made under that agreement were voluntary, and in any case, even if you add them up, they're not consistent with maintaining temperatures within a 1.5 to 2 degrees threshold. So it seems to me that going forward, we may have to give serious thought to the possibility of giving the United Nations the capacity to pass binding legislation to protect our planetary environmental system and the common goods it provides, with the necessary enforcement and dispute settlement mechanisms. This seems like a tall order, but nothing else seems to be working in terms of addressing, the underlying risks of climate change. And the scientific community is increasingly alarmed at the lack of progress, And for the first time, you see scientists, speaking of impending calamities in coming years and decades. And so something that 30, 40 years ago would have seemed inconceivable, which is to give an organ such as the United Nations the ability, at least in the area of the environment, to pass binding legislation, is increasingly talked about as one possible way out of this quandary in which we find ourselves. A second point has to do with, again, the UN, because it is the one institution that brings together 193 member countries, including all the most powerful players in our global geopolitics, would be to empower the UN to meaningfully advance disarmament globally when convening multilateral negotiations and agreements among member states. The Non-Proliferation Treaty has an Article 6, which actually calls for nuclear disarmament. Countries are already committed to this principle, and yet, we're going, of course, into exactly the opposite direction. Countries are building up their arsenals and expanding their nuclear weapon systems at great cost, incidentally. We are spending close to $100 billion per year doing this, which runs counter to the letter and the spirit of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. If we were to give the United Nations enhanced authority, this would be very, very helpful, to create a conducive environment for sustained progress on nuclear disarmament and reductions of proliferations and other weapon systems, especially in the context of the developments that are taking place on the artificial intelligence side. This is a very, very concerning area of work. And I am somewhat alarmed that more and more political scientists, people with sterling academic reputations, I'm thinking of people like Professor Daniel Dudney at Johns Hopkins University, are increasingly speaking of the possibility of, the actual use of nuclear weapons in a World War III kind of scenario. And the third area basically has to do with all sort of the whole space that I would broadly bring under the umbrella of economic and social development. The UN Charter recognizes economic and social development as a responsibility of the international community. But despite progress in recent decades, which is undeniable, we still have many outstanding unresolved issues. According to the World Bank, Sustainable Development Goal number 1, which is the elimination of extreme poverty, is out of reach. This is the foundation of the Sustainable Development Goals, and it is not going to happen because of COVID in the first instance, and because of the ramifications of the war in the Ukraine. The latest forecast that I have seen from the World Bank is something like 600 million extremely poor people by 2030, which is of course sad, because it represents a setback with respect to the very sustained progress that happened between 1990 and 2019. We have a $100 trillion economy with the highest productive capacity in the history of mankind, as far as we know. And yet this coexists with 800 million malnourished people in the world, which I think it raises fundamental questions about the adequacy of our economic paradigm. Income disparities are widening. This is well known. I don't have the time because I'm coming to my time limit to share with you all the various statistics that are often quoted in the media about this widening income disparities and the political consequences that income inequality is beginning to have in the world. It's no longer just an economic and social problem. It's a political problem as well, and I think it's undermining the basis of democracy in many parts of the world, including in places like the United States, that have long traditions of democratic institutions and democratic forms of governance. We have a persistent problem of massive violations of human rights. The overwhelming majority of countries have endorsed the principles of the Universal Declaration, and yet we have countries like Iran where half of the population, it's women, are discriminated against. At the World Bank, we put together a database that shows that in Iran there are 24 different forms of discrimination, where the laws of the country basically make women second-class citizens. And of course, Iran also discriminates actively against religious minorities, including the Baha'i community, which is the largest religious minority in the country, and so on. So we have these unresolved issues, and we need to address them in a fundamental way. We need to have a foundation of international law for many of these problems, to become sort of to turn into solutions that can bring a happier, more prosperous, more stable life to our human family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lopez Claros. Very interesting 3 points and some other points that I'd like to rebound on after all the prepared statements. I now have the pleasure of asking Dr. Isabella Bunn to take the floor or take charge of the screen, if you will. Please. Thank you. And one thing, I am a liberal but strict timekeeper, so it would be great if we could keep to about 7 minutes in presentations. 10 is a little bit over time, so I just would like to have a nice, robust discussion at the end. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you very much. And I'm joining you from Washington, D.C. with constant reminders about the questions at hand for human security and also rule of law questions, which is in particular what I would like to focus on as an international lawyer. So what is the rule of law? Perhaps I might begin with a definition, because I know we have many different disciplines with us today, and I think that is one of the great strengths of the World Academy. It is a multifaceted principle that contributes to good governance and, of course, sustains our favorable political and economic conditions. The well-cited definition that all lawyers begin with is one from renowned jurist Tom Bingham, who said that the core principle of the rule of law is, quote, all persons and authorities within the state, whether public or private, should be bound by and entitled to the benefit of laws publicly and prospectively promulgated and publicly administered in the courts. So this is a definition that does form a foundational understanding of why the rule of law is important. And you can see it, I think, within the deliberations over the next few days, that it is really going to be a cross-cutting theme that supports many of the objectives that the world community, through its multilateral system, is trying to promote, all the way down to the local level, and of course, across the many jurisdictions that are represented here within the World Academy. I would like to make just maybe 3 brief points. We're focusing on solutions and strategies, so I wanted to be a little bit practical with this difficult and complex, far-reaching concept. But I think one benefit of focusing on the rule of law is really looking for the strategic interconnections with other ideas. And one of those ideas that I found particularly compelling is the one of positive peace. You may be familiar with this development over the years within peace studies, but also through the Institute for Economics and Peace. And really the notion is that peace is absolutely essential to human flourishing. It's the foundation of thriving societies and economies. And it certainly encompasses far more than just the absence of conflict. So those complex dynamics are not what we're going to be talking about here, but really rather this positive approach, affirming the vital role of peace in the SDGs and just societies and so forth. But in particular, I was always struck by how that principle of positive peace, essentially the framework, the pillars that they've developed, reinforce everything that we're talking about today, and also obviously have a synergy with the whole question before us in looking at these questions of rule of law and far beyond. So those 8 pillars of positive peace include well-functioning government, 2, sound business environment, 3, acceptance of the rights of others, good relations with neighbors, free flow of information, high levels of human capital, low levels of corruption, and equitable distribution of resources. So I think that this is one powerful interconnection that can be forged in thinking through the benefits of rule of law foundations in this discourse, of course, also including human security. The other idea is one of political and economic freedom. This notion of freedom being expressed often in terms of individual rights and responsibilities that shape, in turn, the political and economic order, and that in turn underpins the exercise of our various rights and liberty. But I think also more broadly, we can see how that process of mutual reinforcement is something that really sustains the foundation for freedom, justice, and peace, but also democracy. And certainly you can hear within this echoes of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the foundations of human dignity. The second interconnection that I always see with this question of rule of law, accountable institutions. So the need for these institutions, and of course these are both formal and informal, show that you need to have at every level of society notions of transparency and decision-making, for example, which is key to countering corruption. Another attribute being inclusiveness, where people can access economic opportunity and public services in an equitable manner. And of course, the effectiveness of both national and international outcome. And I think I see within this, and you can certainly see also this theme of trust, that these accountable institutions help build a culture of trust. And then the other aspect, of course, is one of accountability more generally, the need for accountable institutions. And again, this ties into equity and also anti-corruption. So positive peace, political economy, and accountability. Another major theme that we can see as an overarching momentum building process is, of course, leveraging SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And we've all seen how this has created new collaborations, new discourse, new research, new policies, literally at every level of society. And of course, it's a priority also for the United Nations, as just described, with the whole SDG process and monitoring its progress, but also seeing how SDG 16, and I'm not just saying this because I'm a lawyer, really foundational to the achievement of all the other goals. So I think it's important to think of SDG 16 as an accelerator, not just a foundation, but really an accelerator for the entire SDG agenda. If there is an erosion in that SDG 16 objective, there's going to be an erosion in the achievement of all the other goals, and vice versa. That's the good news, is that if we support strong, just institutions, inclusive economies, and peace, we will see those dividends in all of the other SDGs. The other element, a third one perhaps that we should mention in this context of SDG 16 in particular, of course, we've seen the private sector move toward corporate responsibility in all sorts of ways, whether it's environmental, whether it's human rights, whether it's anti-corruption, and so forth. And one of those main drivers has been the United Nations and its Global Compact, as you know, with its 10 principles. So one of the interesting projects I've been involved with as an external advisor is with the United Nations Global Compact on a project called Transformational Governance. And the aim is to really invite the private sector to participate much more fully in this particular goal and look to both their internal governance practices and their external practices in the operating environments in which they have business activities, to consider also how they might strengthen those operating environments, which of course is good for civil society, it's good for the local economy, it's good for creating improved value chains, it's good for minimizing risk. So there's really a win-win situation that the operating environment is enhanced, people have more inclusive and prosperous economies, and also that the corporations themselves have a key role to play in this and a strong interest in maintaining that peace and stability, which of course is essential to everything else they want to achieve, whether that's an economic objective or a social objective. Finally, this notion of reinforcing justice. I think this is a theme that, again, is so multifaceted, and it seems like, again, it cuts through all of our conversation pieces. And you can see how that reinforcement of justice, the climate justice transition process is certainly one key element. Human rights and human security represents another aspect of justice in this context. There's also a major movement now among civil society and international institutions to focus on people-centered justice. That brings us back to the humanity that underlines the World Academy, of course, and its principles, and of course, the human security aspect. And finally, in terms of reinforcing justice, we have a whole new territory where we need to apply these questions, which is the virtual technological AI space. There are countless questions about justice being raised right now. And I think it's important for the people on this call to start thinking through in their personal lives, in their business activities, both the tremendous benefits and advantages of this process of the technologies and the new platforms, but also the enhanced risks that they can create. And it ties right back into the governance question that underlies this broader conversation that we're having today. How can AI and technology support good governance? And also we have to be wary with the AI and artificial intelligence capacity to manipulate information and use that also as a political tool and an economic tool, that we have to be very vigilant. And I think this is where we have to put the best collaborative minds together as we think about the questions that we're thinking about today, about rule of law, about SDG 16, about leveraging justice, about new forms of collaboration, new forms of research. This needs to be a priority right now that really is demanding questions, but also can provide a lot of answers. So let me just also point out one of the advantages of AI in the space of rule of law will be enhanced opportunities to both understand rule of law dynamics and to measure their benefits and their impact. And I want to close just by also suggesting to you that the World Justice Project, that you may be familiar with, issues an annual World Justice Index and ranks entire countries by their level of rule of law performance. And what's interesting, it's interesting to see the rankings, of course. We're all attracted by lists and numbers and rankings. But there's also a mechanism, because it's all very empirically driven and technologically rigorous, there's a mechanism to understand where the weaknesses are. And obviously some countries get upset when they see that they're dropping in the rankings and they argue about that. But the positive framing is that you can see where the shortcomings are. And that level of matrix and data can identify areas for reform and for activity that would enhance the rule of law, and then hence everything that we're talking about in today's conversation about SDGs, about justice, about peace, and the broader human security questions, also the multilateral order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bunn. Thank you for this excellent unpacking of governance and identifying some of the key issues, which I hope to get back to in the course of the discussion, which I still hope to have. It's now my pleasure to introduce the Reverend Dr. Liberato Bautista, who is the president of Congo. This is the Conference of Non-Governmental Organizations in Consultative Relationship with the United Nations. It's interesting to note that in the 75 years of Congo, Dr. Bautista is the only Congo president to be elected to serve for an unprecedented third term, and will serve his current term until 2025. He has, like all of you, a very rich background, and unfortunately I cannot go into all of it at this time, but to say that Dr. Bautista currently serves as the main representative to the United Nations for the United Methodist Church General Board of Church and Society, the International Public Policy and Social Justice Agency of the United Methodist Church. It is my pleasure to ask you to address the session. And I remember, I think we were together in the WAAS at 60. So it's good to see you again. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, David. In fact, the last time we saw each other was in Baku at the World Political Forum. Great to see many friends here on another platform that's organized by the World Academy. It's an honor. I have just returned from the 2024 United Nations Civil Society Conference, which was held in Nairobi. I thought I would see Maria Fernanda here. We were there in Nairobi. It's just less than 72 hours ago that I arrived back to the US. Congo, or the Conference of NGOs, was one of the 4 major civil society networks that coordinated the conference under the auspices of the United Nations Department of Global Communications. It had more than 2,000 registered participants, and Maria Fernanda was the moderator in one of the plenary sessions and contributor to the substantive aspects of this conference, which was conceived to support the Summit of the Future. In fact, the program was built around workshops and impact coalitions that addressed the 5 sections of the Zero Draft of the Pact for the Future. Now, I do not intend to speak too much to the Zero Draft of the Pact for the Future, as an earlier panel addressed this today. But I want to add that the robust participation of civil society in its broadest sense, NGOs, civil society organizations, and critical social movements on the ground were present in Nairobi and made possible the broad and diverse proposals to improve the outcome document of the Summit of the Future, which is called the Pact for the Future. The conference interacted with all of the 4 co-facilitators of the Summit of the Future and that of the Global Digital Compact. And Dr. Bun's description of artificial intelligence and information communication technology is apt and fitting to be discussed in any proposal for a just, peaceable, sustainable, and inclusive future. And so I assert the importance of civil society participation in the crafting of international and intergovernmental agreements, especially on ones that are about the future, their future, if not the futures of both people and the planet. Civil society participation in Nairobi demonstrated how civil society representatives can contribute substantively to matters of local, national, regional, and global governance. I am sure you agree with when I say that civil society is elemental in the realization of peace, democracy, and the rule of law, and indeed in making multilateralism alive, not just in the texts that intergovernmental processes produce, but in deeds that we the peoples must do. At Congo, we call this civil society engagement as access to the premises and the promises of the multilateral system. Access to the substantive agenda, indeed the promises of the UN, is as important as access to the physical premises in which discussion and policy making occur. This is key to ensuring the buy-in of we the peoples to the multilateral agenda. This leads me to my second point, which Nairobi's discussions were ample about, be they at the plenary podium, at conference workshops, or impact coalition launchings, that we are in a world with acute global perils. Now, this phrase is used in the chapeau of the Zero Draft of the Pact for the Future. We are a world in acute global perils. These acute global perils are endangering the present and imperiling the future. Among them are poverty, hunger, inequality, armed conflicts, violence, displacement, terrorism, climate change, disease, and the adverse impacts of technology. Now, that listing is what the chapeau included. While the Pact for the Future acknowledges poverty as a significant barrier to achieving the SDGs, the chapeau and other sections fail to address the substantial drain on resources to fund social safety nets to address hunger and poverty. And this will not augur well. Indeed, it will disappoint the peoples of the world, the ordinary citizens, because what matters to them with SDGs or not is the eradication of hunger and the elimination of poverty itself. And wars have been launched, conflicts have festered precisely because hunger and poverty have lingered far too long. And the rule of law tends to be set aside in pursuit of, and by whatever means, the overcoming of poverty and of hunger. And democracy itself can be compromised and multilateralism rendered inutile, including its negotiated texts, unless the root causes of war and of undemocratic processes are taken care of, all because they have not released and harnessed the social energies of individuals and organizations to enhance peace, democracy, the rule of law, and multilateralism, about which this panel is exploring. Part of the disappointment, indeed discontent, that breeds unpeace and injustice lies in the tame commitment in text and in deeds, having to do with the puny and muted commitment of the multilateral processes to fund peace and peace building. Such funding of the implements of peace prepares the fertile grounds for the practice of democracy and the flourishing of the rule of law. Here, budgets for peace building, enhancing democracy, developing norms and standards for the rule of law, and multilateralism itself are key. In Nairobi, in one of my interventions, I said budgets are moral documents. As such, they indicate the priorities of governments and multilateral institutions. We need multilateral texts that demonstrate commitment of national and global coffers, their budgets, to fund the elimination of hunger and the eradication of poverty. But herein lies the rub. While the Pact of the Future mentions the scourge of war, it shies away from addressing defense spending and the full throttle funding of wars and conflicts that are imperiling international order, giving way to the flaunting of the rule of law, indeed of international law, and undermining the UN Charter and its pillars of development, peace and security, and human rights itself. And so I asked in Nairobi, and I posed the question as well here, if the war on poverty is indeed a war, why does it not receive the same level of funding as other wars? Welfare and social justice, not warfare, was loud and clearly sounded in Nairobi. This panel, as all other venues of global governance, must hear that plea. It is a plea for the rule of law, of international law. It was civil society's way of imagining the world and a future without wars, and the reduction of their funding, including the development of new and current war implements. To this, our academy, the World Academy of Art and Science, has amply addressed the importance of turning national security into human security. The multilateral, and let me end with this, a few more sentences. The multilateral system has a vast arsenal of diplomatic tools and implements for sustainable development that can and must protect the human body from health pandemics and the body politic from social inequalities that will enhance yet again the very concern of this panel: peace, democracy, the rule of law, and multilateralism. That body politic I referred to must be inclusive, gender just, and affirmative. It must also be intentionally intergenerational, including youth and indigenous peoples whose futures and existence are at stake. This is a prerequisite for democracy, participatory democracies that is just, peaceable, and inclusive. This, too, is a prerequisite to our obligation to avoid imperiling the needs of the present and not compromising the ability of future generations to meet theirs. That is multilateralism's primordial task, as far as I'm concerned. Participatory democracy must be undergirded by our understanding that human rights and gender equality are co-constitutive of democracy as much as the rule of law. Multilateralism must pay attention to the lingering inequalities because of our historic past. And I quote Guterres's address in Nairobi, the historic past of slavery, colonialism, racism, and add here sexism. The roots of these inequalities have perpetuated an uneven development of economies that makes multilateralism's ambitions for sustainable development harder to accomplish. Friends, a strategy that this panel must prosper is a strategy that is life-enhancing and death-reducing. What do I mean? Jonathan Larson's Broadway musical Rent has this famous lyric, and I quote, "The opposite of war is not peace, it is creation. Creation is life-giving. Anything that diminishes and curtails creation spells death. The eradication of hunger and elimination of poverty, indeed the ground for true peace and democracy, is life-enhancing. That should be multilateralism's true cause. And addressing this cause must be in pursuit of reversing the surfeit of fear to favor the increase of hope in our world today." Thank you, dear friends. I end it here.
Thank you very much, Liberato. Thank you. You raise a very important point about war on poverty not being funded as, among many other points, and access of civil society. Your quote with which you finished reminded me of another quote from a folk song in the 50s of a U.S. folk group where the wording was, "Why is it that the worst of men must fight, but the best of men must die?" Thank you very much. We have last but by no means least, Dr. Saulo Casali Bahia, who is a federal judge in Brazil and member of the Faculty of Law of the Federal University of Bahia in Salvador, Brazil. He has extensive experience in constitutional law and public international law and in public policies and judicial power. A member of the editorial board of 3 journals, Dr. Bahia has published many books and articles, as most of you have, and is a recipient of several awards. He's been visiting professor at the University of Florida and in France, University of Tours. He's a fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science since 2006 and a trustee since 2012. Dr. Bahia works to raise the Academy's impact and visibility, as we all try to do. Some succeed more than others. Dr. Bahia, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. David. I'm talking from Brazil, from Salvador in South America. I will try to use only 7 minutes. When I was put inside this panel to talk about democracy, peace, rule of law, multilateralism, I understood that I could deal with, bring a problem that I think that is global nowadays regarding democracy, and we can discuss some ideas about it. Let me start with my vision about the human relationship and human communication nowadays. I can say that they are mediated by social media nowadays. If you think about WhatsApp, 2 billion users in the world. If you think about WhatsApp in Brazil, 80% of the population uses WhatsApp. And WeChat in China, Chinese WeChat, 1.3 billion users, Facebook about 1 billion users. So the importance, the weight, the role of the social platforms are growing up, and the traditional media is going its power lower and lower nowadays. And at the first moment when we arrived with this when appear the social platforms, we said yes, cyber activism. We had a lot of expectation of greater popular and citizen participation, growth of democracy. We saw the Arab Spring the rising of the digital power with supposed dialogical character of interaction, power to the people, intensification of communication. Castells talked about the mass auto-communication, but we are looking only at a quantitative prism, but we insisted to say about, to talk about the information super highway. We believe in virtuous results, decentralization of communication, with analogy with the Protestant Reformation. Now the citizen has power, the people has power. Cyberspace as a new agora, direct democracy. And even we had the Declaration of Cyberspace Independence, John Berlow. Governments of the industrial world, you were giants of flesh and steel. I come from cyberspace, the new home of mine. On behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. You are not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather. So we are very, very ambitious with this first moment of social platforms. But in a second moment, we discovered that more access is not better information. We saw a formation of vertical communicative chains for inferences, control, and manipulation. The content production and reproduction are automated. We experience actually a fragmentation of the public sphere and debate. We, at the first moment, we didn't see, but now we can perceive that the information has imperceptible wallet path. There is a false impression of neutrality and free flow of information, but now we started to verify that there is no neutrality in this field of social media. And we verified that this heterogeneous group was transformed into smaller homogeneous groups with limited access to content. We verified bubbles, echo chambers, clusters of people with the same values, and contrary ideas are repealed, and fragmentation of opinions and polarization is generated. So we can see our age of extremism, far-right movement, territory or opportunity, and all kind of extremism, all kind of extreme nationalism, xenophobia, etc. So the disinformation, the debate and consensus, the public consensus emptying. Oxford published a report that industrialized disinformation. It's very interesting, this report. No new information is circulating, but there is a reinforcement of already known emotions. What happened with social platforms? What happened with artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence as social platform reinforces existing standards and prejudice. Why? It creates a unilateral character of communication. The political thought becomes associative and affective. No information circulates, but emotion intensifies feelings and makes rational scrutiny disappear. Platforms are not information intermediaries. They determine the content of the information. Zuckerberg, in his speech to the American Congress in April 2018, told that. So what happened? Why reasons, strategies for that? First of all, engagement. Social platforms must acquire engagement from the users. So they will do the best to kidnap the individual, the citizen, to put him in using the platform. The algorithms are not neutral, and the content will be specific for the interest of the individual. So the profiling technique is used. The botnets creates an illusion of broad support for the idea astroturfing. We saw that some debates are entirely artificial nowadays. Fire-hosing technique, an immense volume of messages sent with a continuous and repetitive quick rate to create the illusion of credibility of the generated content. We saw that all the time, disturbing the debate, disturbing the information, disturbing the comprehension of the world, the comprehension of the reality. We have another kind of reality. And they use it even, they discover the possibility to use the fact that our rationality has bounds, heuristics, resolutive shortcuts to facilitate decision making. They use a lot in social platforms. Kahneman told about that, wrote about that in his book, and talked about system 1, automatic, emotional, system 2, rational. And so we use confirmatory bias. We tend to confirm initial position, the topic, anchorage bias, initial information, even with relation to following influences, decisions, framing effect, the way in which options are present influence choices, cognitive illusions, deviation from rationality. I'm finished already. The use of confirmation bias, information appears as truth and validate identity. There is a complete invisibility of programming actors, the political advisors, artificial intelligence expert, scientists, posters, gatekeepers, and spin doctors. And Pauli wrote about that when he wrote about the chaos engineers. In politics, spin doctor is someone who is skilled in public relations and who advises political parties on how to present their policies and actions. Gatekeeper, we know already the meaning. And in the third moment, the solution, we need a crisis of democracy after this kind of interferences, this reality, this fact. So I believe that, strongly believe that moderation of social platforms, of social media is absolutely necessary. We need the moderation by the law, by international treaties, with the efforts from international organizations, NGOs, society. We need more transparency. We need explainable algorithms able to inspire confidence, respect for ethics, human rights, democratic values and diversity, reliability and responsibility. In March of this year, Brazilian Supreme Court determined the complete suspension of the operation of Telegram in Brazil until the messaging application complied with court decisions. And there was some engineers of chaos started to create another kind of debate, and the problem was freedom of speech, and the debate was impulsed, and the dimension was completely deviate. And at least prohibition of the use of social boats, fire-hosing, astroturfing. And I believe that this kind of fact that we saw nowadays is a real challenge for democracy. And we need an effort, a joint effort from United Nations, from the countries, organizations, to try to do something to to save our perception of reality that you are losing with the virtual world and the virtual glasses. And it's my contribution today. Thank you, our moderator. Thank you, and thank you for your attention. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bahia. Thank you to everybody. We have about 15 minutes left for a quick discussion, about 15 minutes less than I had wanted, but you were making such interesting presentations, I didn't have the heart to stop any of you. And Dr. Bahia, thank you for bringing up this whole issue, which complicates all the problems that we've been talking about. On top of that, we now have things happening that are totally distorting reality. And so it has to be a factor that's taken into account. Let me get back to something that Dr. Lopez Claros mentioned. Nothing in particular, and I'm not picking on you or on something you said. I just want to rebound on terminology. Terminology, you quite rightly said that global institutions are not able to adapt to the new global governance gap, etc. Also to empower the UN to promote disarmament. I've often argued that we need to probably, and this is what I would like to ask you to do, to drill down a little bit in those terms, we need to speak in more, I think, concrete terms, because the United Nations is many things. So when we say the United Nations need or has succeeded in something or has failed in something, we need to identify which United Nations we're talking about. Are we talking about the General Assembly? Are we talking about the United Nations system? Are we talking about the Security Council? Are we talking about the 5 permanent members of the Security Council? The same way, global institutions, they're not, they are inanimate objects. The global institutions are made up of representatives of member states. How would you, so we understand the problem, I think, but how would you try to take us a step forward and make or induce those who make up these global institutions that are not entities unto themselves, as the UN isn't? How do we make the member states change that? How do we make them empower disarmament, empower the UN to empower disarmament? When, as you rightly pointed out, and I did as well, disarmament has been all but tossed aside and lying, decrepit on the side of the road. How would you drill down, and what kind of specific recommendations could we come up with, our panel, on this?
Thank you very much, David, for this opportunity. I would like to make 2 points. I think that one of the problems with the UN system is that, as you know, the UN Charter, which is the foundation of the global governance architecture that came out of World War II, has never been modernized. It has never been amended. It's still operating under the same kinds of principles that were adopted in 1945, and a lot of those are no longer adequate. The world has moved on. We have problems today which are a threat to our future, which are not mentioned in the UN Charter. Try to find the word environment or climate in the UN Charter of 1945, and you will not succeed, right? So one aspect of the solution has to be to begin thinking about how would we wish to modernize and update the UN Charter so that we bring the UN system, broadly defined, into the 21st century. But that, to me, is a vitally important question. And I'd just like to say that the Global Governance Forum has actually set up a group of experts, including people like Maria Fernandez-Spinoza, Jody Williams, and Andrew Strauss, and many others, who are working on this. We issued a paper last September making the case for revising the UN Charter. And this September in New York, we hope to release a copy of what a revised UN Charter could look like to begin a conversation around these issues. In this respect, I like to say that I very much welcome the remarks by Dr. Bautista. And I so much hope that the Pact for the Future would actually endorse the idea of calling for an Article 109 conference where we can begin to have that conversation. The UN Charter envisages the possibility of having a conversation around amending the UN Charter. It has never taken place. It's unfortunately dead letter. In order to make the Summit of the Future a more meaningful opportunity to generate reforms, calling for an Article 109 conference would be a very, very important achievement. The second point, just very briefly, I derive some encouragement from the fact that the 27 member nations of the European Union have actually already, for several decades, created an infrastructure, an institutional infrastructure, where they are doing binding laws, with it for the member states. Environmental policy is done not in the capitals; it is done in Brussels. Of course, all the countries are represented; they all participate in the debate. The European Union has a European Court of Justice. It has a parliament with substantial powers. It has a European Central Bank. It has an executive in the Commission. In other words, when we talk about moving to a world in which we create a UN system that is able to have the appropriate jurisdiction, the resources, and the capacity to deal with these global problems, we're not speaking in a vacuum. We have the experience of the European Union. They have set an example for us. And I think that is one way in which we could move in that direction across the whole range of issues which I mentioned, from disarmament to poverty and inequality and so on. Let me just give you one example. The UN system at the moment is going through a huge budgetary crisis. It is, we have great expectations about the UN, and we don't give the organization the resources that it needs. The European Union, decades ago, came up with a system of funding itself independently of the political process. It doesn't depend on the goodwill of its prime ministers and governments. It automatically generates a body of resources because within European law, a share of value-added taxes and import duties are directly channeled to the European budget, which allows the organization to plan to do budgeting over a 6-year period, and to have a reliable source of income, which the UN does not have. So I would like to mention that as a potentially very useful model for the UN in the future.
Thank you very much. I mean, you're absolutely right, but it begs the question, why can't those same member states apply these, or at least present these? They don't want to do that in the UN context. Having a group of like-minded countries, basically not a very large group compared to the rest of the world, is a good beginning, but it will need a lot of work, I think, to transpose it to the rest of the world. But tell me about the financial problem. I just heard from, I retired from the UN, but I just heard from a colleague that now you cannot come into the UN building in Geneva before 8 a.m. and you have to leave at 7:30. At 7:15, they make an announcement like they do at shopping malls that, dear customers, the mall will be closing in 15 minutes, so take your stuff to the cashier, something like that. I'd like to, but on the charter, look, you're preaching to the converted as far as I'm concerned, but, and it needs changing, and most definitely two things need changing, I think, in my mind, which is, one is the elimination of the term enemy states, and the other is the elimination of the principle of unanimity of the 5 permanent members, which is the veto power, which in my view is the crux of the problem. But then that raises the issue that if that is to be eliminated, who is going to give up their veto? they will not vote for it. So it has to be the General Assembly to pull rank, and then we need a general conference, as you had just suggested. But it raises the larger question that this organization does, in fact, unfortunately, belong to these 5 member states. And they run it through the Secretary General, who is beholden to them. And so if we raise the issue of getting rid of the veto, then they will start evaluating whether the organization has any value for them. And that'll be, there goes the neighborhood. So I think that's why. And the last thing on the charter, I think I am really, really skeptical as to, as you said, what will the charter look like at the end of this process? In this environment, with this, as Dr. Bunn rightly pointed out, the issue of trust. She pointed this out from the justice, from the issue of legal side. But trust is it's such a deficit. How can we expect to reopen the charter, and then how to close it? And how big is it going to be? Like the budget that Ronald Reagan once brought into Congress that was humongous. So lots of issues there. I don't want to get into an argument or anything. I don't think we have an argument. But there was another issue that was raised by many, and Dr. Bunn raised the issue of AI as a justice issue. But there are many other issues, and it also harks back to the technology issue raised by Dr. Bahia, and also to the governance issue which you raised, and you all raised, because we now often hear that yes, AI is terrific, but it has its dark sides. But let's entrust the UN to govern it. Well, my immediate reaction is A, which part of the UN? And since I insist that the UN is made up of member states and it doesn't exist as a separate body, will that assignment go the same direction as every other UN effort, where the member states will be at loggerheads? They will have the politics get involved in this. They will not be able to come up with a governance structure. And who will be blamed? The UN, this anonymous UN. And we'll get another black eye. Anybody, I'm asking for anybody to comment on this. Whether am I missing the point here, or is there something to what I just alluded to? We only have 5 minutes left, so whoever is brave wants to take a swing at this.
Let me make a quick response, David, but particularly on what Dr. Ban addressed as well on digital justice. And I think, a month ago, Congo organized a panel on the side of the meeting in Bangkok of the Economic and Social Council for Asia Pacific. And it has to do, and the title was quite interesting. It was AI: artificial but real. And the discussion was about the fact that it is real in terms of the UN's effort to digitize knowledge, digitize current and available information, as well as digitalize knowledge. And my example to you, and that's a matter of justice, is a question raised by the indigenous communities. UNESCO is currently and aggressively digitalizing indigenous knowledge. And the indigenous elders ask, can you guarantee us in the future that we will have access to our own narratives? We don't have electricity in the reservations. We don't have laptop. We don't have access to internet. You are documenting our life and livelihoods and everything that is dear to us. Will we have in the future access to it? And I think that's, to me, is the justice issue. And and the declaration on the global on a global digital compact must address that.
Thank you very much, Liberato. Thank you. I don't mean to cut you off. We have 3 minutes left. Would anybody like to rebound on this discussion? Dr. Baye, with regard to what you were saying, it's all rooted in technology and its many possible misuses, which we already have. Actually, speaking of previous statements, I made a statement in a conference in Istanbul last March, and I called my statement "Bracing Ourselves for AI in the Absence of Multilateralism."
Please share it with us, please.
Sure. But would you like to speak to that, especially in light of the fact that technology is already serving us badly by creating this universe of echo chambers and false information and fakes, etc., and deep fakes when you can't even tell whether it's the real person or not. How do we address this in a world where we still haven't? It's all gone now, but we never came up with a protocol to regulate the faxes, which were being sent anywhere there was a fax machine. There was no protocol. How do we brace ourselves for this?
Yes, I believe that transparency is would be the rule. Transparency, access, control, possibility of control, liability. It's all that the UNESCO principles said. It's all that all the efforts, the White Book in Europe are dealing with this kind of solution. The national regulations are always talking about transparency, liability, access to algorithms, because the dangers are actually enormous, and we can see that the interferences in situations of peace, situations of democracy, and even politics. And we need to pay attention. I believe that the world is starting to pay more and more attention over this global issue. It's very important.
Thank you very much. There's a whole number of issues that we could discuss, but we are actually pretty good. We arrived at 6:15 right on time, and I don't want to spoil that result. So I want to thank all of you for outstanding presentations, for very interesting issues raised, and some practical things that we discussed. And in closing, I'd like to thank the excellent Academy staff, who are usually the unsung heroes behind our meetings and who make all this happen. And thank you very much to Janani and all her colleagues. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you too. Very proud.
Ναι. Ευχαριστώ. Yeah. Hello, everybody. I am really excited to be introducing this session on impact initiatives and strategies for human security and sustainable development. I'm excited to be here on the Summit for the Future WAAS conference. And in this session, we are going to talk about initiatives that WAAS is putting together in order to mobilize important concepts, ideas that we believe can support human welfare. I'm increasing the volume in my voice, and I will share for 3 minutes an introduction, and then I will introduce our panelists and ask them to share their views on some questions, and I will be very interested for a very interactive session, so please feel free to share questions, comments, any issues that you might want to discuss. So I'm just introducing myself in terms of the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation on IFORIA that I direct, that it's an alliance of different research and innovation centers, innovation acceleration hubs, science policy networks, and scientific associations and academies that I lead or co-lead, or I'm the president. And under the collaboration of these different institutions, one of which is the World Academy of Art and Science, we try to work on a sustainability transition to a sustainable interaction between socioeconomic systems and natural systems, so that this interaction supports human welfare. One of the initiatives that WAAS is leading is human security. And human security has many different aspects, which will be discussed by our panelists today, aspects that are related to economics, political aspects that have to do with food security, environmental resilience, personal security, community security, and health. One initiative under the greater umbrella of the Human Security Project of the World Academy of Arts and Science was to introduce to the Inter-Academy Partnership a partnership of more than 150 scientific academies around the world. We suggested human security as one major issue, and an issue on which we could write a statement to be endorsed by other academies across the globe, and attract attention to the different aspects of human security, how they are connected with supporting human welfare, and how this human security concept can be used in in terms of supporting human welfare. So we've suggested this statement. The academies that are included in the partnership of Inter-Academy Partnership have selected this proposal from the World Academy of Art and Science. And the end result was that we wrote a statement and is now under the process of being endorsed by the different by the tens and hundreds of the academies across the globe. And this statement was focused on communicating these issues of material importance to humanity and promoting the human security approach about networks of people that can really increase the profile of this human security project that the World Academy of Art and Science is leading, and can enhance the potential of this project to be adopted across the world by people who will be supporting this idea. Our emphasis was on systemic governance strategies of prevention, protection, and empowerment that are people-centered, environmentally sensitive, and context-specific. And in our statement, which at the moment it's shared between the academies, we prioritize 5 different policy recommendations. First one on securing decent universal basic income, promoting value-based education, promoting dissemination of technology and addressing cybersecurity, including innovative financial mechanisms that align with sustainability goals, and focusing research on supporting multidisciplinary approaches on all dimensions of human security. And without wanting to capitalize on the time, I just want to also highlight the fact that we proposed matrices that allow quantification of the level of achievement of the different aspects, the 8 different aspects of human security across the different countries of the world. So the premise here is that if you cannot measure, if you cannot quantify something, you cannot really manage it, you cannot increase performance. So if we want to achieve the 8 different aspects of human security as it has been defined by the UN, then it is quite important to quantify the performance of different countries across these aspects. And we've, at the end of the day, suggested a tracker that allows quantification of the performance of different countries, and also connection of the different elements of human security performance, the quantification of the performance of the across the 8 different aspects of human security across nations has been connected, interlinked with the performance of the different nations with regards to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So in this way, not only we quantify the performance of different countries with regards to the 8 different aspects of human security, but we also connect this performance with the level of achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, which basically highlights the premise that the transition to sustainability, which is a transition to implementing the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the 169 targets within them, it's simultaneously a transition to human security. I will close my introduction here. I will close by saying how thankful I am to the World Academy of Art and Science for allowing my involvement, my team's involvement in this highly prestigious and potentially very influential project. And I also want to thank the Inter-Academic Partnership for being interested in supporting this project through this statement and involvement in the effort to achieve endorsement of this statement and the project on human security by the different academies across the world. And now we are moving to the interesting part of this session, which is the introduction and discussion with our panelists. Our first panelist is Grant Schreiber. I know my pronunciation of the surname will be horrible, but Grant is Human Security for All Global Campaign Manager at the World Academy of Art and Science. So a person that really mobilizes this effort that I was discussing. And my first question towards Grant is, what are the main challenges regarding technology dissemination and outreach of digital solutions across individuals? How can you do this dissemination while addressing the pressing issue of cybersecurity? And Grant, the floor is yours. You can answer this question, but you can also add a description on your role as the Global Campaign Manager of the Human Security for All project. Thank you.
Thank you, Phoebe. Very nice to be here today with the panel and other WAAS members. I think the summary for me is you shouldn't try and do it alone. Finding partners and collaborations is key to getting anything done these days. And especially when it comes to technology, which by nature connects the world through a network. Likewise, we need to create a human network of people that are linked together to take advantage of all the things that technology offers us. One of the shocking statistics is that 1/3 of the planet right now, that's almost 2.6 billion people, do not have access to the internet still in 2024. There are dozens of global cybersecurity agencies around the world, many that have been set up for national security and global security to monitor things. The will is there to connect people and to monitor and to manage the technology, but I don't see the same input and passion for people wanting to turn it into something for good. Education being one of them, obviously. I think the role of virtual classrooms and education around the world is a very untapped potential still. I think it's a case of people being left to their own devices to find a solution for security and cybersecurity, which has become an increasingly big issue in the world right now. How do you keep yourself safe online? You've been delivered all these amazing technology tools. You can communicate with people in a fraction of a second, send messages around the world. but how do you keep yourself safe? And I think, Bibi, that was your question on how you scale it, but at the same time, ensure that there is safety and some kind of sustainability built into it. I was thinking about this, and if you think back to when online banking started in the mid-1990s, people had to learn to take responsibility for their own financial transactions. They had to learn a new system. They became their own bank tellers, if you want to call it that. From other people doing it for them, they took ownership of it. And I think there's no reason that the same mindset and strategy can't be used today by ordinary consumers and people around the world regarding their technology and their online identities. I think there's a need to take back that power. An interesting thing I came across yesterday, as you might see in the background, I'm at Yale University this week. And one of the things I'm doing is digging around the archives of WAAS. There are 47 boxes of archive material that go back to the 1960s, which is really interesting. And there was a world survey done in 1974 where WAAS fellows and associated organizations were asked key questions about what the big problems in the world were and suggestions to it. I came across a reply yesterday from economist Milton Friedman, who had looked at the questionnaire, decided none of the questions were relevant, and had simply written on it, individuals need to take back their power. And I thought that was a very apt description of where we find ourselves right now with our digital world. He was obviously talking about it in terms of consumerism and economic, but I think it applies equally today with technology. How do individuals take back their power? A lot of people have just become search for big tech companies and to sell more products back to them. I think people need to realize that they can turn that around and take back that power. I think from a policy and governance point of view, I think one of the solutions would be free internet access. I really think that internet access is as crucial as water and electricity to keep flowing for people to do their work in the same way that water and electricity sustains us always. I think it should become a basic human right. There's no reason that something as crucial as the internet and access to technology should be bundled up and resold. Obviously, consumer companies and tech and businesses need to continue to make a profit to enable these things through research. But for instance, one of the examples would be the Starlink technology that's been used in Ukraine that was donated by SpaceX. They donated 20,000 Starlink satellites. It cost over $100 million for them to do that. There's certainly the will to roll out technology for greater good when there's conflict. But how do we likewise roll things out on an ongoing basis in peacetime, which is more crucial to keeping conflict at bay? So I think that's one example of how business and corporations can become involved. We've got things like the United Nations Global Compact that are very good at trying to stimulate business. And as I said at the beginning, collaboration is going to be the key. This is across the board between governments and business and individuals and organizations and NGOs. Everybody needs to become involved in solving this problem. There are, the United Nations also has the SDG Innovation Lab, which encourages development and adoption of innovative technologies. We're seeing an increasing rollout of mobile health apps where people can take their personal health into their own hands, which takes the pressure off the health systems because people are managing it more individually and not relying on outsourcing it. We've got blockchain technology, which is very exciting, which creates huge transparency in supply chains and management. You can now tell where something comes from, beyond just reading the label. And then we've got exciting things in digital farming, which allows for precision agriculture. At CES, where the Human Security for All campaign and WAAS were for the last 2 years in Los Vegas, the world's biggest technology show, we were shown how digital farming can literally target a single weed in a field and take it out without having to saturate the whole ground with chemicals and poisons. So there's some really great, amazing technologies that are out there which are going to increase the yield of agriculture and make things a lot more sustainable. So I think I'll stop there. I don't want to talk too much, but would love to hear any feedback or if anyone has any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Grant. It's about the, like you say, is how you scale the technology that allows safety. And one aspect of scaling is, of course, making the access to safety, the technology that allows safety, cybersecurity, making this access universal. And indeed, like you said, I'm just repeating here, collaboration and cooperation will be crucial with regards to these aims. I want to ask people to send questions and comments, or if they want to intervene, they can do so. And let us move to the next panelist, Ash Bashari, which is, again, my pronunciation is very bad, but I hope I am excused. Ash is co-founder and senior mentor of the movement Protect Our Planet, and he is also an associate fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science, and he is working on issues that are very close to my heart, and I am excited that he is part of our panel. My question to you, Ash, is how human security can be translated in the greater endeavor of sustainability and sustainable development, and in particular, how it can allow the sustainable interaction between the natural resources, the environment, with the socioeconomic systems be achieved while also achieving economic growth. Are we facing a situation where degrowth is needed, or do you think that it is possible that we integrate the socioeconomic systems with the natural systems in a way that can support increased growth? Of course, it depends on how we measure growth. Is it just GDP? Is it enhanced GDP, including natural, social, cultural capital? Do you see the need for degrowth, or do you believe that it is possible to have increased growth and at the same time ecosystem and natural resources, sustainability and resilience, which of course is one of the aspects of human security? Ash?
Thank you so much. I'm absolutely delighted to be here and get to meet with you, Phoebe, to see Grant and the rest of the WAAS family as well. Petra, thank you for the great opportunity to be here and celebrate this very important moment in history. And I just want to say that in conjunction with a lot of the points that my panelist, co-panelist Grant, who just shared, his perspective regarding access to digital technologies. I think it's really important that as we're looking at issues of human security and Phoebe, I think you kind of encapsulated a lot of things in your question. The truth of the matter is that it's hard to honestly consider the issue of sustainable development, the kind of growth that we talk about without considering human security, and more so today than ever before, to be totally honest. And if you're thinking about human progress, it's very hard to consider human progress if you're going to leave half of the world behind. Things like you mentioned, Grant, access to digital technology. In that, I would also add another a point, which I think is very crucial for those who have access to technology, education, and being able to understand the difference between misinformation and accurate information, scientific knowledge, and how that knowledge can inspire action. And the truth of the matter is that we today are in a situation where, yes, we have actually talked about sustainable development. We've talked about human progress, but we leave, half of the world behind, or one third of the world behind in the case of digital technology. But there's huge divides, and so really, at the end of the day, we're not talking about inclusive growth. And even if we talk about, progress, are we able to really honestly consider progress? Where a select percentage, really a handful of people, 10 people on the planet own most of the wealth. More than 50% of the world's total GDP is concentrated in the hands of a few, while those who have really not contributed at all to particularly the issues of climate change, which are very central to the work that I do at the Protect Our Planet, or POP movement, as we call it, are really at the forefront of bearing the brunt of a lot of the issues. So how do we have inclusive growth? How do we carry people with us in the process? How do we make sure that growth and development is really equitable, where we're able to address issues of social justice? And, we also have to understand, as we talk about the issue of human security, that really climate change puts us at greater and greater risk of conflict. And, by the year 2050, and it looks like even sooner, 1.2 billion people will be displaced. As people are displaced from their homes and are hungry, it's really hard to imagine a situation of peace and human security. So we will be up against more and more conflict. And therefore, I think it's very, very important that we embrace approaches where we not only make that ensure that growth is equitable, access to technology is equitable, but also we are able to ensure that we are inclusive in our approach, because we are really leaving behind the most vulnerable communities and the most marginalized communities in the process. And so in our work, and I can comment on what we do at the POP movement, a lot of our focus is really about education, and I think education is a very central part of this. And so, as our tagline reads, "Youth inspired by knowledge," we're very youth-centric in terms of our approach, because we have 1.8 billion young people in the world who will face the greatest brunt of the issue of climate change. But also at the same time, it is a very intergenerational movement as well. So there's a lot to learn from experts, people who have more experience, adults, and I think that coming together is a very critical thing. And if you look back on moments in history where we have succeeded in changing the course of what history has confronted us with. It's been when people have gotten up and gotten together. And so creating a groundswell of action is very key. But in that action, I think, especially today, but always, education is very key, and understanding the science of climate change and therefore the solutions and the leadership that can be built at the local level in facilitating that change, and therefore community involvement is central to the sustainable development that we talk about, the human progress that we talk about, and ultimately human security. Because unless we have an approach which is embracing of all, we're not going to get there. And it will take action and ownership by local communities to address local issues on the basis of local knowledge and participatory approaches to achieve that. The sad thing is today, we may have more than half of the world or continents or parts of continents on the planet that are either dying of hunger and as a result of war. We can get weapons across from one part of the planet to the other overnight. But if people are starving, we're not able to get food across, we're not able to get water across. And so I just want to say, I think at the bottom line is we really need to build leadership at the grassroots level. And there are several movements around the world, but I think coming together as a global family is very central to making this happen. And we can't do that without policies that really are embracing of the most vulnerable, the most marginalized, being inclusive, bringing technology to the fore, and addressing the issue of education and misinformation. So I'm going to leave it at that, but just to say that, I think this is a very pertinent question. And in the world that we live in, the rich are getting richer, there are fewer and fewer such, while a lot of other people the rest of the world is really left behind. And that just puts us at greater and greater risk of destabilizing security on a very, very full and human level, at every dimension of our lives. So I just want to say thank you for the leadership that WAAS provides to addressing this issue, and to each one of you for your phenomenal expertise and action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ash. Thank you so much for bringing this concept of inclusive growth and also highlighting the need for capacity building in terms of education, but also vocational training, reskilling and upskilling in order to change our ways, in order to transition to sustainable growth. And I do appreciate this emphasis on the youth because they are important, not just in numbers, but also in their transformational capacity. However, the youth has this transformational capacity, historically has the transformational capacity, especially in countries where they represent a big proportion of the population, but at the same time, this increases the responsibility of the generation before them or 2 generations before them to provide the resources that are needed in order to first make education accessible to each and every child, and second, the responsibility of transforming education systems, curricula, vocational training in order to meet the needs of this sustainability transition. Even in developed countries, and we have done a study for Europe to implement the green and digital transition and all the transformation that is embedded in the European Green Deal policies, we find that 85% of the skills and occupations that are needed to implement the policies that are already voted for do not exist. So it's a huge responsibility to understand that capacity building is needed, like you said, should be, of course, targeted to the youth, but also to the people that are now in the labor force and are fearful of the possibility that this transformation will make them incompetent in terms of not having the skills and the knowledge to really engage with this transition. So I truly think that you touch on a very important issue, how you make inclusive growth by creating true capacity for engaging in this transformational sustainability transition. And it is my understanding of things that neither the developed nor the developing world have achieved to direct enough resources to this very important capacity building. And I think it will be the most crucial element of our success or failure with regards to implementing the transition on time. But so I truly thank you for your precious remarks. I also see here some comments, and I'm gonna read them. The first comment comes from Elmar Khan, and she's from Pestalozzi University. She says that they have a good experience with internet courses that enable people like a Haitian pastor to have the possibility to make a master's degree and get the knowledge and education through this internet access, but also that much more can be done. Then there is another comment from Natalia Roshkovskaya, and she says it is necessary to bring culture to the fore, simultaneously raising the cultural level of the entire world community and to solve all pressing issues with the most effective, peaceful, and humane tools that culture provides us in abundance. The modern educational program urgently needs cultural content and must include examples of high art with the addition of art subjects to the educational program, since art is the highest manifestation of culture. This is what makes us creatures of ourselves. Oh, no, this is what makes us creators of ourselves and of all the reality around us. Culture means cultivation as an act of creation, veneration for the world by a person, and above all, this comes through upbringing, education, enlightenment, and as a result, knowledge of oneself, and through oneself while simultaneously cognition of the whole world. This is so beautifully written. We should make sure we save this. Thank you, Natalia. Indeed, culture is a crucial element of the transformation. And it is important to understand its value for supporting the welfare of people and integrating this value in all of our decisions. This is something that we economists also work on. We try to derive the value of natural capital, but also cultural capital and even spiritual capital, which are very, very crucial. Thank you very much, Natalia. And then Natalia also says, I'm sure that now it is essentially necessary to raise the most important humanistic issues. Together we can do a lot and change for the better, because culture is the main thing that makes us human and helps society achieve complete unity, harmony, and prosperity. Great deeds await us. And we are in agreement. I would like to go to our next panelist and then allow the all the panelists to comment on any point of this discussion or of the discussion that is taking place in the chat. Our third panelist is Petra Wangel, who is Executive Committee member and founder of the Collective Leadership Institute and fellow of the World Academy of Arts and Science. Petra, you can comment on any of these issues that have been already raised. I also have a question about the diversity of the dimensions that are included in the human security concept. The question asks, how can initiatives ensure a balanced and multidimensional approach to the sustainable development and the engagement and mobilization of the relevant stakeholders, given the diversity of the issues and obviously the diversity of the relevant stakeholders? The floor is yours, Petra. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all for this interesting discourse. And yes, let me start with the multi-stakeholder involvement, because this is my kind of major expertise. And it is something that I think has grown from the 90s to the beginning of the century and is now very well established. So if we look at the sustainability initiatives, and your research program is just one example of many, there are lots of collaborations, multi-stakeholder collaborations, and alliances, networks, etc. So this is absolutely crucial, because it is almost a laboratory of how the world should function in future. So our multi-stakeholder collaborations, our citizens' engagement, our participatory processes, our dialogues, we need to imagine all this as stepping stones for how we organize societies and the global societies of the future. And in that way, of course, we cannot only, as we were looking at the grassroots development. So what is actually happening at the grassroots? It is astonishing, and maybe the grassroots development is even further than than our high-level research development and the UN and UNESCO level. But it's not either or. It's all of it. So it means we need to respond to the complexity of the world with the complexity of our multi-stakeholder processes. Now, of course, this can get sometimes quite confusing. And let me just put in one idea, that I think is important, because it's a bit of a blind spot. Let's look at the world map and imagine all initiatives, from UN level, the initiatives from governments, the initiatives from development assistance, the research initiatives, the corporate initiatives on sustainability, the SDG implementations, everything, including all grassroots self-reliant initiatives. If you put all of them on the world map, you wouldn't see a continent anymore. Because there would be so many, you wouldn't even see the continents. You just had kind of ocean and initiatives. Yeah? So, but why are we not getting faster to where we want to get? And Grant, in the beginning of the session, you said people need to take the power back. And I think you're spot on. So there is one thing, and I addressed this already in the panel before on artificial intelligence. We need to discuss the issue of power, because we are in times, and this is not the first time, where we have repeated kind of rise of power pathologies. And power pathologies in the history of humankind have always been linked to what I call a toxic or a militarist masculinity. So it is a patriarchal mental infrastructure that is built on domination. So there's always somebody to dominate, be it somebody in another country, or be it somebody who doesn't have the same wealth or the same education, or gender issues, race issues, religious issues, etc. So it is, and what is extremely important for me is to say we need to name the pathologies as they are. We do have power pathologies, and many of these power pathologies are legitimized. I had heard a very interesting quote today, as most authoritarian governments are elected through the votes, but they usually don't leave in the same way. So it means, kind of, they gather the people around themselves, but they don't kind of give the power back to kind of any kind of other democratic institution, but they want to stay in power. So the issue of authoritarianism is extremely important, and we cannot kind of, blind our eyes in front of what is happening at the moment. We have a huge rise of authoritarianism. And if you look back not 6,000 years, which we could do, but if you only look back 150 years, we had such a thing at the end of the 19th century. We had a rise in authoritarianism, of course, in the two world wars. We had then a lot of military dictators, and we now have a rise supported by social media and artificial intelligence and state-financed artificial intelligence and social media, again, a rise of authoritarianism. And that's what makes the map of all the initiatives fail. I don't want to kind of, so I don't want to kind of paint a terrible picture of the future, but we need to stand up and claim the power. And one very important part of this authoritarianism is that we need to take our eyes and look at the feminist transformation movements that do exist in the world. And here it is at this time of history, it's mainly the feminist movements in the global south. They're very, very powerful. They're extremely connected. They're extremely knowledgeable, and they name the issues. And that is the combination of patriarchal mental infrastructures, which are usually also political and organizational infrastructures, and in combination with a kind of political rise of authoritarianism, in combination with rising inequality. So they also name the fact that the neoliberal economic system failed. It completely failed. Maybe the intention was good, with Milton Friedman in the beginning. I don't know. I think there was no bad intention. It was probably a good intention. But, things get into their own dynamic. And we do have a global economic system that we need to address differently. And here it goes back to multi-stakeholder collaboration, because the issue is about all the sustainability initiatives. Imagine the world map, they should actually reach out to each other, because we are all children of hierarchical, silo, patriarchal systems. And the more, we do collaborate now, we work in alliances, etc. But still, like around the alliances, is always a kind of border, and that is, heavily protected. So we need to find different ways of cross connection between alliances, between networks, between research and between grassroots, etc. And look at how do we empower each other into a different future narrative. And for this narrative, feminism is extremely important, because it's absolutely clear, and research says this, that women's empowerment is the front runner of sustainability, transformations, and democracy. And if there is a patriarchal backlash, if there's a rollback towards authoritarianism, it's usually to the detriment of people, and you can predict the next war, because patriarchal authoritarianism always has a tendency to get into rivalries between different patriarchs, different countries. And we have examples of that at the moment, quite a lot. And then, it's absolutely to the detriment of people. So I do think when we look at scaling initiatives, which is extremely important, we need to look at shifting our economic system and collaborate between all the different ideas, because there's so many ideas around how to shift the economic system, but they're all kind of little pockets somewhere disconnected. So we need to connect the initiatives and become, some kind of I would dream of a transformation system, of people who actually do things together while everybody doing their own stuff. This is then, would be a kind of stewardship, of the future. I leave it here.
Very nicely said. I mean, I like the idea that there is evidence that feminism has a huge transformational potential. I hope we don't fail. I am also a firm believer in connecting the initiatives and focusing on the empowerment, the collaboration and coordination and true partnerships bring us an impact. So I think what you said is very, very wise. And on that very positive note, I would like to ask each and every one of you to give us a 2 minutes sentence on what they think. You have already talked about this, but just 2 or 1.5 minutes indicating the most crucial enabler in your mind for achieving this huge transformation that will support human security, all the aspects of human security. Let's focus on the enabler. What is, we have the science, we have the technology, we have the resources, but we seem to be at a pace that is very, very slow for our sake. So what should be the crucial enabler to increase the pace of the transformation? And I'm going back to Grant.
Thanks, Phoebe. I'm a little biased this week because, as I mentioned, I'm at Yale going through 64 years worth of documents. One of the things that has struck me, and this is a great enabler, is the members of WAAS themselves have volunteered their skills, insights, and great minds. They've applied themselves to these big problems and offered their services. I came across documents yesterday where Henry Moore, the sculptor, had lended his help to a WAAS working group. Buckminster Fuller was helping with a project in Cyprus, along with Peggy Guggenheimer and Marcel Duchamp. Jonas Salk took the time, the person who developed the cure for polio, took the time to answer the WAAS questionnaire. Margaret Mead was giving feedback on a continual basis. And it occurred to me that, it didn't need huge financial resources or any great campaign. Although we've just finished a very nice one with the HS4A campaign with WAAS, which has been a phenomenal success. But it was great minds who lent themselves, who applied their mind to social problems and collectively came up with ideas and solutions. And there are copious amounts of papers written about what kind of solutions could be out there. I wanted to also just quickly share my screen on a single slide, which is the culmination of the Human Security for All campaign. What you're seeing here is a screen grab from Google Trends. What it does is you can put a time frame in and it'll show you this is over a 4-year period. If you had to search for the term human security, this is the popularity of that term. You can see from early 2022, there's been a definite increase, and it continues towards the right. You can see the right-hand side of the graph is noticeably higher overall than the left-hand side. So this, for me, in terms of taking your power back, this is about using technology to guide you on how you're doing. Instead of being a slave to technology and people feeling helpless, we can turn technology on itself to inform us of what needs to be done and to give us a sense of how well we're doing. And I think, my personal opinion has always been that business leaders need to do a course in Google Analytics, because that is actually the future of actually understanding the amazing benefits technology has to help us, to guide us in our work, and to create the kind of campaigns we need and the solutions we need. We can definitely be helped by technology.
Very nice. Do you think that our leaders do not follow these kind of matrices? I would think that they do, but probably do not make the most efficient use of them. What is your, one sentence on this? Don't you think that they do follow this kind of analytics, and at least with regards to opinions, general audience opinions?
I think they do. I think a lot of business leaders or leaders in general get fed reports that have been produced by other departments.
Yeah.
I think people should embrace it more. Already, you've seen almost everybody who has a mobile device interacts with it. It's not a strange thing anymore. People have embraced technology as being part of their daily life, and I really think that instead of waiting for reports to be given to you, you can engage technology more directly. And it's as simple as having an app on your phone. ChatGPT even has an app that you can use on your phone as you're moving around. You can troubleshoot a problem. I mean, and that's how direct it is these days. But I really think what questions to ask are actually becoming more important than just sucking up all this data and saying, oh, we've got all these metrics and what do we do with it? I think being clever about what you ask AI and technology, I think is the next barrier that needs to be looked at.
Indeed, and that
the next opportunity.
Deep knowledge. To ask the right question needs deep knowledge. Thank you so very much, Grant. Ash, what is your enabler?
Sure. I think related to the point that was being discussed just now, the ability to process information, and so that's very connected with the kinds of questions you ask. I think that there's information is very prolific, and there's all kinds of information out there. The ability to process that information and then translate it to meaningful action is a very key part of this. And so I would underscore action in this and say that it's very key that we do look at the collective, understand that different people have a part to play, certainly, which was flagged earlier, but also what it is that we can do and how that information can guide us in the process of taking action will be very key to achieve what we're looking to achieve in the area of human security, but in terms of the larger issues of growth and development progress at a human level as well. Thank you.
Indeed, yes. Petra?
My one statement is there will be no human security without abolishing patriarchy. And this is not about men and women. It's about the structures, the domination structures. So, and that's the task we cannot avoid. And it would be great in terms of measurements and metrics. It would be great to have a a global index on patriarchal power pathologies and look at, which countries perform badly and which countries perform better, and have kind of a set of indicators for that. And similarly, it would be great to have a combination of a global early warning system for patriarchal backlash, which often and most of the time means a global index, early warning system for authoritarianism. So these two things would, I think, do a lot in terms of changing the narrative that there's a blind spot that we need to overcome.
Very, very interesting. There is these metrics in terms of gender equality in SDGs across the globe. I will, after this discussion, I will calculate the correlation, if not causality effects between that and authoritarian regimes. What you say is extremely interesting, especially if you suggest that there is a time lag. That is, first you have increased patriarchal structures, and then this is an early warning for authoritarian regimes. This is extremely interesting, Petra, and it should be further researched and documented and quantified. I see that the president of the World Academy of Art and Science is with us. Gary, do you want to have the closing comment? If you can hear us.
I hear you, definitely, and I have been enjoying hearing all of you, so I thank you for this. I'm just turning on my video if I can. There again. I was hiding during this time. Just a quick comment, because the discussion's been so rich. I'm going to start with Petra, because I like that. That was the highlight. Petra, I'm sending you a paper on social power and that we wrote 8 years ago, very strongly saying this is the invisible elephant in the room, which all the social sciences avoid, especially economics, which wants to pretend that it's a science and the laws are all objective and quantifiable. But when you really see how systems work and are by the power, equally or more true of politics, but at least politics doesn't claim to be a science. So, I think your idea about the patriarchal study, I'm sure of what the results will be. I think keeping in mind that this is a trend over a progress over a few thousand years, what can be done to accelerate it? It's been a very slow awakening for humanity. And I think it's a great idea to document it. Phoebe's the best person for documenting anything that's measurable. And we'd be very interested to publish it if you come up with it. But I have no doubt what the results will be. Absolutely. And I think that may be just a way to mobilize a very large section of humanity, which we really need to do, to press forward, because it's going so slowly at a time when we need it so much. So that was a stroke of inspiration from your side. Thank you. All the comments I've enjoyed, and Phoebe, your moderation was superb. Thank you. It's been so enjoyable. And Grant, thanks for doing the mining at Yale for us. It sounds like you're finding something interesting. I'm eager to see the results that you come back with. It's really worthwhile that we're doing that, and we'll share the highlights with our members in upcoming issues of Cadmus or in some other way. So thanks all of you. Take care.
Thank you very much, Gary. And we close this, I hope, interesting discussion by setting a task for ourselves to investigate further the quantification of the correlation or even the causality of patriarchal structures, authoritarian regimes, and possibly geopolitical pressures that derive from these authoritarian regimes. This has been very interesting for me, and I hope for the audience, and I thank our impressive speakers, and I also thank Gary for having the time to follow this. Thank you.
Bye now.
Thank
so
you.
much, everybody.
Thank you
Very
very much. Thank
conversation.
you.
Thank you, everyone.